Recording in progress.
Through the chair, we are ready to begin.
Thank you. Welcome to this regular meeting of the Planning Commission this Tuesday evening, April 14th. I now call this meeting to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Heleva, could you please call the roll?
Chair Patel,
Here.
Vice Chair Clafter,
Here.
Commissioner Bush,
Here.
Commissioner Shumkel,
Here.
and Commissioner Williams.
Commissioner Williams is absent this evening. Good evening and welcome. We are excited to be here in person with options for virtual participation. Thank you for your cooperation and for helping us maintain an efficient and accessible meeting environment. There are several ways to participate. For those attending in person, complete a yellow request to speak slip and hand it to the clerk. If participating remotely, use the raise your hand feature in Zoom and you will be called on at the appropriate time. If calling in via phone, press *9 to raise your hand, and when called upon, press *6 to unmute. These options for public comment will remain available until I close the public comment period for each specific item. For members of the public watching on YouTube who wish to provide live public comment, please note that you must join the meeting through the Zoom webinar using the access information listed on the agenda. And finally, we welcome speakers providing public comment, but please be advised this is a limited public forum. As such, speakers must stay on topic if speaking to a particular agenda item. If speakers fail to follow these rules, they will be warned, and if they continue to disregard our rules, their opportunity to speak will be ended. All right, next on our agenda is public comment. Members of the public wishing to comment on any item not appearing on the agenda may address the Planning Commission at this time. State law prevents the Planning Commission from taking action on any matter not on the agenda. Your comments may be referred to staff for follow-up. This public comment section is generally limited to a total of 15 minutes. However, that is subject to the Commission's discretion and can be extended if the Commission wishes to do so. If needed, an opportunity for additional public comment may be provided later in the agenda. If you are in chambers and wish to speak on any item not on the agenda tonight, please submit your yellow speaker slip to the clerk now. If you are online and wish to speak, please raise your hand now. Heleva, how many requests to speak do we have on general public comment?
Through the chair, we have 1 in-person public commenter and 2 in the virtual environment.
Okay, thank you. With that many speakers, each will be given 3 minutes to speak.
We will begin with our in-person speaker, Nancy Weller. If you could come up, please.
I think I don't know the proper procedure. I wanted to speak regarding the proposed historic amendments with the ordinance changes.
Thank you, Nancy. I'll add you to item 1's general public comment. Public comment. Online, we have Allison Jolly. Allison, you may unmute yourself. I will set the timer for 3 minutes and you can speak.
There's an echo. I can't understand anything that you're saying because there's an echo. I'm participating via Zoom, by the way. I'm finished with my comment.
Thank you, Allison. Through the chair, that is all our public commenters.
Thank you so much. I will go ahead and close the public comment at this time. The next item on our agenda is a public hearing. Item 1, the Historic Policy Effort, Ordinance Update and Historic Context Statement. We will start with a staff presentation, followed by public comments. Members of the public will be given 2 to 3 minutes to speak, depending on the number of speakers. Once the public hearing is closed, I may ask the staff to respond to any public comments. The commission will ask clarifying questions, deliberate, and render a decision. Can we go ahead and have the staff presentation? Thank you.
Good evening, Chair, members of the Commission. Zach Dahl, Community Development Director with the city. And we're just pulling up the presentation now. Give us 1 second. We're still working through the technology here. All right. Excellent. So joining me here this evening for our presentation is Julianne Murphy, architectural historian with Rincon Consultants, the consultant supporting the city on this historic policy update. So I want to start off by introducing the project team that has been supporting this effort, including staff from the Community Development Department, City Attorney's Office, as well as the leads with Rincon Consultants. And I do want to acknowledge the significant amount of work that has gone into this effort. There has been a lot of public interest over the past 3+ years on this topic. And so the staff team has worked diligently to listen to, receive, along with council direction at multiple points along the way, and synthesize, and that's all fed into the work products that are before you here this evening. And so we are going to go ahead. We've got a long presentation. We will work through it quickly, but we did want to highlight all of the different pieces that have gone into this policy effort, and then paint a complete picture of what, where we started, where we've landed, and then kind of what's before you for tonight's discussion. Oh, are we getting a delay? Seems like we've frozen. It's showing here, but it's like frozen up there. Oh, it looks like it's caught up with us here. Sorry. The technology is keeping us on our toes here. So as I noted here, I wanted to provide the overview of what we'll be covering with tonight's agenda, our updated historic preservation ordinance, the brand new citywide historic context statement, which I do want to highlight is the first comprehensive narrative of San Mateo's history. This is over 250 pages. And so a ton of work and great information is in this document. And so I just want to really highlight this document and what it'll mean to the overall understanding and awareness of San Mateo history. We'll also speak to the Mills Act program updates and then next steps for our policy effort. So starting with some project background, this discussion originated during General Plan 2040. As part of that discussion, there was a lot of input and how preservation was going to be folded in, and ultimately was addressed as part of the, one of the 10 big ideas in the General Plan, which talked about a path to addressing historic preservation holistically. Within the community design and historic preservation or historic resources element, we did include specific goals, policies, and actions. And this effort before you is implementing these two actions, CD 5.8 and 5.9, which talks about updating our preservation ordinance and establishing a new citywide historic context statement. The other thing I do want to note is the overlap between a general plan goal, a policy, and an action, and we'll speak to it more, but it's important to note where policies provide kind of the umbrella for guidance, and then actions are focused implementations. And so, say the work here tonight, it doesn't necessarily need to address every policy under historic preservation, but as long as it's consistent with the general plan, that's the important part here. So actions are kind of facets of and specific actions to implement, but doesn't mean every aspect of a policy will be addressed. Stepping back and looking at the overall timeline, this is kind of a snapshot of historic preservation in the city, starting back in 1974, moving through 1989 and 1990, where we had the citywide historic resource survey, and then ultimately the establishment of the downtown historic district, and then most recently with the General Plan 2040 update in 2024. More recently, as the discussion of historic preservation has garnered more interest and more community dialogue, wanted to highlight some key milestones over the last few years. That included a community meeting around historic districts and requirements beginning of 24. That correlated to when we adopted General Plan 2040, and then some subsequent study sessions, which ultimately led to the prioritization of the actions to update the ordinance and establish a citywide context statement. I also want to highlight at the various touch points that we've talked to City Council, we received different direction, and the work products that you see here this evening are aligned with the direction that Council provided us at the various study sessions along the way. And I think particularly of note is for historic districts, the 20%, the two-step process with 20% to start the process and then a 60% before public hearings. That was specific direction from City Council, along with a focus on affirmative owner consent, and then the focus on doing an ordinance and context statement, but not undertaking any property or neighborhood surveys at this time. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Julianne Murphy.
Thanks, Zach. Before we get into kind of the meat of what we've accomplished to date, I wanted to provide a little bit of background on our methodology for how we developed this ordinance update and the historic context statement. And so starting with like what makes a good historic preservation ordinance and why a city might want one. It is the centerpiece to an effective historic preservation program. It provides a level of certainty and consistency, fosters compatible economic development while celebrating the community's historic and cultural values, enhances local preservation values, provides guidance for future impacts to historic resources, and informs the planning and design of future developments. To get a sense of kind of what we were looking at when starting with the current ordinance, we were looking at what are some common pitfalls with historic preservation ordinances. And those include things like they're too detailed that they become ineffective, they're so ambitious that they cannot be supported by staff, or they're so rigid that any change is difficult. When we began reviewing the city's existing preservation ordinance, there were several aspects that fell into each of these categories. And so to get a sense of what a good preservation ordinance might look like, one of the things we undertook was a comparison analysis of 36 case studies, cities throughout California. We looked at cities that had similar composition and development history to San Mateo as much as possible. And we had a particular focus on ordinance composition and criteria, what the reviewing bodies looked like, how they addressed owner consent, and how they discuss the effects of designation. While we were developing the earliest drafts of the ordinance, we incorporated information from that comparison study, best practices guidance that's provided by National Park Service and the California Office of Historic Preservation, the City Council study sessions that Zach was discussing earlier, and the efforts from our public outreach and engagement. In addition to informing our approach to the ordinance update, outreach and engagement played an important role in letting people know about this effort and to collect their thoughts on what important stories should be included in the historic context statement. And we developed an inclusive multi-method approach that was adaptive. It was all based on our outreach and engagement plan, which we published at the outset of this project. It included online engagement, which had things like e-blast, social media posts, a dedicated web page, and project email address for this policy effort update. Focus groups where we met with focused groups, where we had focused conversations with small groups, workshops that were open to the public, which included a larger audience. During that process, we pivoted the design of our workshops to include some pop-up events so that we can meet people where they were, to be able to better respond to the community where they were. And then we provided public document drafts along the way. We first published drafts in November 2025 of both the ordinance and the draft historic context statement. And then more recently have provided drafts, which include an interactive online platform on Convio where people can provide live comments in the drafts on the pages where they have comments or edits or responses to things that are in the development documents. And so these are some examples of some of the things that we've provided. We had a digital time capsule where people could submit stories, photographs, things about their life and work in San Mateo. The webpage, which I already discussed, that was dedicated to this effort, providing updates to the public as things were produced. That's an example of the top middle is an example of a workshop activity that we had during one of our digital virtual workshops. We provided flyers throughout the city, both during our pop-up events and in some static locations throughout the city, which provided information about the effort and included Spanish and Chinese translated materials. And then the last is one of the interactive activities that we had at one of our pop-up events. And so this is just a brief overview of kind of the outreach and engagement efforts that we've undertaken and the amount of participation that we had. We had about 250 unique participants during this. And so our key takeaways from all that engagement work is that we did exceed the targets that we had at the outset in our outreach and engagement plan. I won't read these all to you, but there was a variety of feedback depending on what focus groups people came from, but the consensus through all groups is a desire for more clarity in both the process and the expectations for designating historic resources. And so in the workshops, similar, there was like a broad recognition of the value of cultural and architectural diversity in the city, but a desire for a more transparent and consistent process. Throughout this process, that dedicated email address has been very active. We've received hundreds of emails of interested parties providing their feedback on both events that we've done, drafts that we've provided, and we've taken all of that into consideration as we developed updates. And so now I'm going to kind of get into what we've developed to date. I'm going to run, we'll get to the next slide. This is a snapshot view of the current ordinance sections versus what we have in the updated version. And so as you can see, we have a much more robust section than the current version. And what we've aimed to do here is provide a more descriptive process, provide more clear criteria for identifying historic resources, a clear process for designating resources, and outlining the effects of designation, a lot of things that are not currently in the ordinance. And so one of the main things that this ordinance does that was missing from the existing ordinance is establishing a way to designate resources at the local level, establishing the San Mateo Historic Resources Inventory, which is a local register of historic resources. It does not include state or federal listed resources automatically. This feature is called adoption by reference, and many local ordinances have adoption by reference where properties that are listed in the National or California Register are automatically listed at the local level. While this used to be a more common feature of local preservation ordinances, emerging guidance from the Office of Historic Preservation and National Park Service has been modified recently to not include it because of the effects of local designation that may trigger additional owner responsibilities at the local level, like the requirement to have a certificate of appropriateness. To ensure that property owners have sufficient knowledge of the effects of designation, guidance for crafting local ordinances is to require a process for designation at the local level, even when things are listed at the California National Register level. What has been drafted for the ordinance is aligned with that new emerging guidance and is also aligned with the guidance that we got from City Council that designation should require affirmative consent. So another thing that the current ordinance provides is outlines the eligibility requirements and the procedures for adding resources to that inventory. So as drafted, the historic resources inventory will include those properties that have previously been identified as historic through resolution. That includes 3 individual properties listed above, the Downtown Historic District, which includes 38 contributor buildings. And I know there's been a lot of public interest and engagement on the Glazenwood Historic District. It had been identified in the 1989 survey as eligible for the National Register of Historic Places. However, it had never been designated. Because of the high public interest in that, City Council directed city staff to prepare information so that they may add that by resolution, and that is expected to go to City Council on April 20th. So that will, pending the results of the meeting of City Council on 4/20, will also be included in the historic resources inventory. So the historic resource, like I just said, it establishes the historic resources inventory. The intent here is to provide a framework and a process for how to designate resources at the local level. The intent is that this is a starting point for things to continue to be added to the inventory. It does not include the properties that were identified in the 1989 survey, and I have seen that there have been quite a few public comments on this aspect of the draft update. The questions about the survey, and this was done in consideration of the guidance that we received from City Council. Because of the limitations of the current ordinance, this survey has not been maintained. At this point, it's 37 years old, and it's likely unreliable in many instances without an update to affirm those 1989 surveys. It is best practice for historic preservation for designation findings based on surveys to be at no more than 5 years old. So it's quite a bit more than that. I would also say that the landscape of the current conditions, both in San Mateo and of historic preservation, have changed quite a bit since 1989. At the time of this survey, the California Register didn't even exist yet. That wasn't adopted until 1992. So there are quite a few things that could not be considered during that survey that you would consider in an update. However, the guidance from City Council this time was not to include any survey effort as part of this historic policy update. The other aspect of this that is coinciding with other advice that we got from City Council was that owner consent requirement. And so if we're going to have that be an aspect of this ordinance, the thought was that there should be an opportunity for these property owners to also have that. So the designation criteria that's laid out in the updated ordinance is closely aligned with the California National Register. It recognizes properties for their association with historic events, historic people, historic design, or information potential. So all this is very consistent with both what is done at the National and California Register level. And so, again, one of the things we really wanted to do is provide a clear process. In addition to providing the criteria, it outlines the eligibility requirements for local listings. So the property must be at least 50 years old and meet at least one of the criteria for designation. It provides a procedure for designating resources that includes 2 types: landmarks, which are individual properties, and historic districts, which can be comprised of both contributing and non-contributing resources. And one thing that emerged early in this process is that desire for owner consent. Direction from City Council, again, was that owner consent should be affirmative. The way that we have designed that in the update is that landmark properties, the application must come from the property owner. And for historic districts, we've developed a 2-part application process, also based on feedback that we received from City Council. It would include a preliminary application that gives opportunity for ample notice to property owners that may be affected by the historic district nomination. Those people would have to show an interest at a level of about 20% for the application to proceed, and preliminary documentation would be required at that time that shows the early justification for the significance and for the boundaries. After that, there would be a community meeting where there would again be another opportunity for both public notification on the process and then for information on how the application may continue if there is continued interest. Once that was complete, there would be a formal application process that would require owner consent of 60%. And so everything I've spoken to up to this point has been about the identification of historic resources. And now we get to the effects of designation and how those historic resources would be regulated. It would include the requirement for a certificate of appropriateness, which is an administrative approval for exterior alterations to historic properties. This requirement would be for both individual properties, landmarks, and contributors to historic districts. It would not be required for properties that are not listed locally. It would not be required for properties that are listed at the federal or state level but not locally. And it would not be required for non-contributors in historic districts. And so there are two types of work that would require certificates of appropriateness: major alterations and minor alterations. Major alterations would have to go to the Historic Resource Commission at a public meeting, and major alterations would include things like demolition, additions, work that might affect significant features to a historic resource. And minor alterations would be things that would have a limited potential to affect historic character of the building, like replacing windows or minor additions to secondary or rear elevations. And those would be able to be approved at the staff level. And then the other piece of this, after identification regulation, we have incentives and enforcement. Incentives that are included in this draft are the State Historical Building Code, which has some alleviation for code requirements because of the historic status of a property. The Mills Act, which is a tax benefit to homeowners who participate in an agreement with the city to maintain their property to a certain level. And then we've also included language for potential for additional incentives. They may come at a later date. They can include things like local grant programs, regulatory flexibility, height and setback relief, and development incentives. And then the other end of that, we have enforcement and penalties. And so enforcement, we have work stoppage notices and violation penalties for people who do work without the benefit of a certificate of appropriateness where needed.
All right, I'll jump back in here to speak about another major component of the ordinance here, and this was also based on council direction, which is the establishment of a Historic Resources Commission. As Julianne noted, the two primary roles, or actually I'm getting a little bit ahead here, this would be a body established by the city council. And it would provide recommendations to City Council on designation requests, and then also provide a public forum for consideration of certificates of appropriateness for major alterations. So wanted to share some language. As noted, the draft ordinance isn't a part of your packet because establishment of a new commission is city council prerogative, but wanted to highlight what would go into this. This would be an amendment to Title II of the city's municipal code. This would be established consistent with other city commissions and committees. This includes up to five members. And I think the key language here would be who would be prioritized by council when appointing applicants. And so we would be looking at professionals in the fields of history, architectural history, planning, or related fields, architects, engineers, and those with special training and building rehab, or those who demonstrate special interest and experience in the city's history. And so obviously the goal is to establish a commission of individuals and residents who are well-versed in this area. And this commission would have two key powers and duties, which is recommendations on landmark and district designations, and then also taking action on certificates of appropriateness, and then other responsibilities as assigned by the council. So also as part of this, there's been a lot of discussion about the role of this ordinance and owner consent, but then also the role of how the city needs to meet its obligations to comply with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. And so you have local review under the city's ordinance, and that's focused on just locally designated resources. And that really aligns with the owner consent provisions in the ordinance. However, for the California Environmental Quality Act, any eligible resource does need to be reviewed for compliance with CEQA. And the basis for that is that it's specific in that if there's a significant impact to an eligible resource, additional measures need to be taken, studies, mitigations, or ultimately, if there's an impact that's unavoidable, you may be looking at an environmental impact report. And so it's important to note that for the CEQA review, that isn't tied to owner consent. That's tied to the characteristics of a property, both its age and then potential eligibility. So even if a property isn't explicitly subject to the local ordinance, it may still be subject to environmental review and a historic resource evaluation under CEQA in order for the city to make findings and meet its review requirements for compliance with CEQA. And so I think that's a really important definition. It's been a key facet of the discussion during this whole policy effort. And so we want to highlight that overlay between where the local ordinance, what it's subject to, but then also what our obligations are under CEQA. The other piece here that I want to highlight is the language that's in our current ordinance. And so that did address eligible buildings. So in that case, it did speak to where review was required, and this aligned with CEQA. So as part of our initial draft, we did include language related to procedure for development proposals. This is aligned with our obligations under CEQA and was designed to carry forward the language that was in our current ordinance. However, there were concerns raised about the discretion that gave staff. And so we have ultimately taken that language out of the local ordinance, but functionally speaking, staff's role will be the same in terms of its need and ability to assess projects for compliance with CEQA and projects that may be subject to the requirement of a historic resource evaluation. And so in this current ordinance, that 090 section has been taken out, but practically speaking, that role of staff will continue because it's a requirement for the city to comply with CEQA. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to Julianne to talk about our context statement.
Thank you. So another component of this historic policy update was developing a citywide historic context statement. While the ordinance is kind of the scaffolding of the program, the historic context statement really provides more of the meat. A historic context statement provides a lot of great information. The intent of this document is that it can serve as a roadmap and continue to be added to and adapted in the future. It is a planning document that highlights trends and patterns of development, provides a framework and consistency for evaluating properties. They do not in and of themselves evaluate individual properties, result in changes to the status of existing historic properties, or in this case, include an in-depth survey effort. The document, which I know you've had a chance to look at, is organized by significant periods, which were informed by development trends that we were able to identify through research and archival work, and then themes related to each of those periods, which included residential development, commercial development, civic and institutional development, transportation infrastructure, industrial development, and cultural and ethnic groups. It then goes on to provide examples of property types related to each of those themes within each of those periods. You've seen it's a very long document. And so through this work, we've highlighted a lot of great history that has occurred here in San Mateo, one being kind of its relationship to the floral industry. That used to be called the Floral City, which was like a really early booster effort to get people to move to San Mateo for its wonderful weather, which was very favorable for growing flowers. The flower show that eventually became the San Mateo County Fair. First began in 1903 as a flower show. The 1950s postcard kind of shows what it emerged to, and it still exists today. And then that history also has a strong association with the city's Japanese and Japanese American population, as they served many flower growing businesses. Another really interesting, cool feature that was discussed in the historic context statement was Noah's Ark. It was a local restaurant that was owned by an African American man, Noah Williams, who used to be a chef at the Palace Hotel in San Francisco. He opened first a small cafe, and that was very, very popular for its fried chicken and Virginia ham. And he went on to open a larger establishment on 3rd Avenue. And one of the kind of cool features of that property was that it included all this art around the room, which was supposed to demonstrate all the animals that were included on Noah's Ark. And those, though the building doesn't survive, those paintings are in the San Mateo County Historical Association Museum. So there's a lot of great information. I really encourage everyone who hasn't looked at it yet to like take a look at what we've been able to develop. And so other things that are included in the document, in addition to kind of an overview of that history and development, is an overview of the architectural styles that are commonly seen in San Mateo, biographies of architects, developers, and builders, and though not exhaustive, again, is a starting point for what can be added to in the future, and then guidance for assessing significance. So the intent on this document is that it tells the how, when, and why of San Mateo's development. It focuses on those trends and property types, provides a basis of information that can aid in the identification, evaluation, and treatment of historic resources, facilitates a better understanding of the importance of resources, and probably most importantly, provides a framework for future evaluation efforts. And so this is an example of what that guidance for assessing significance section of the document looks like. Each period is broken down by property type, associated architectural styles, significance requirements, integrity requirements, and then integrity considerations. And so this will be a useful tool for interested residents who are interested in designating properties. It will be a tool for city staff when considering what kind of properties may be required historic resource evaluations for those CEQA projects. And so it's intended to be something that, again, grows with the city as it continues to develop. And then the final kind of program aspect, part of this update, is the Mills Act program. I think I'm going to pass it back to Zach.
Thank you, Julianne. So as part of this, we recognize the need to update the city's Mills Act program. And so first, wanted to highlight just a little bit of background. The Mills Act was established in 1972, and it provides property tax relief as an incentive to qualified historic properties. It does require a contract with the local jurisdiction, and then that it comes with an obligation to maintain and reinvest in that historic resource. The city's local program was established by City Council in 1993, and our proposed updates to the program are intended to align with updated requirements, the general plan, and the intent of our updated ordinance. So the recommendations that staff is bringing forward are looking at updated eligibility requirements, setting a limit of up to 2 agreements per year. And this is based on the notion that there is a financial implication to the city in reduced general fund revenue. And so while this is definitely incentive that is used to preserve, we also want to be mindful of the budgetary impacts. And so this is a local discretionary call, but this would be staff's recommendation to for consideration is that we would take up to 2 applications per year. We would also specify the expectation the city would inspect every 5 years. We have also removed the requirement for public access, which is consistent with the current version of the Mills Act. But we also didn't get too specific because the goal is this is the framework, and then staff will develop the more specific templates, a standard template for a preservation agreement, the specific requirements that will go into it, and then those will be what then come forward. But this gives the ability to maintain the program over time without bringing it back for update each time. So that's why that we included the high-level parameters and framework, but didn't get very specific in all of the details, because that'll be developed and then available for public that or property owners that are interested in a Mills Act contract. We also want to highlight more recent public comments, and this is really the period since we published the most recent version of the draft historic preservation ordinance and the updated context statement. This was based on the first round in November, December, and January, and so we wanted to highlight these most recent comments, which are responding to the most current versions that are before you here this evening. So we have received 31 written comments, 43 comments on the historic preservation ordinance, even though I will note that 41 are by 2 individuals. We have 20 on the context statement. And then we also wanted to highlight reoccurring themes or comments that kind of were heard through multiple comments. One was related to including more properties from the 1989 survey on the HRI, providing more clarification between CEQA and the local review process, better defining the Historic Resource Commission's role. There was concern about the process being too onerous. There was also support for a 60% plus owner consent threshold for districts. We also received multiple comments on Glazenwood and its historic merits, and then also some discussion about the need for economic penalties for properties that are not in compliance. So that brings us to next steps. After tonight's meeting, we are looking to bring this item to City Council at a public hearing on May 4th. And pending council action, if this is adopted, staff and the team would move forward with implementation, updating our resources and documents, and then moving forward with a community meeting this summer to present the city's updated historic preservation policy, its plans, its resources, introduce folks to the full range of resources available, and then answer questions and support that continued understanding and awareness of what the city is doing in the area of historic preservation. So with that, that concludes staff's presentation. The recommendation as outlined in our agenda report is up here on the screen, and we can pull it back up for you at the end. And so with that, we are available for any questions if you may have them.
Thank you so much. It was very comprehensive. Now we're going to move forward with public comment. If you are in chambers and you wish to speak on this item, please submit your yellow speaker slip to the clerk at this time. If you are online and wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand now. And I do believe we have an organized presentation, so they will be going first.
Through the chair, we do have one organized group public comment, and in person we do have, I believe it's 6 and 4 in the virtual environment. So because it is over 11 speakers, it'll be 2 minutes each for the individual speakers, and our group comments will be 5 minutes. Beginning with the San Mateo Heritage Alliance, if you could come up to the podium, please. Before you begin, I'll start the timer.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm here representing, as she said, the San Mateo Heritage Alliance. And the presentation today focuses on preservation as foundation. And it is a policy diagnostic of the draft ordinance of Chapter 27.66. We believe that for San Mateo to have a successful future, it must protect the physical history that makes the city a desirable place to live and invest. We are often presented with a false choice that we must choose between housing and history. We reject this premise. True urban vitality, or what we can call integrated urbanism, comes from layering the new upon the old. When we treat the city with a blank slate for development, we are freezing out our past and building a city without a soul. So, we are already in a state of crisis. San Mateo's own historic context statement admits that for the grand estates that once defined this city, none are in existence. What remains in our central and north central neighborhoods are the very last tangible links to our founding era. We cannot afford to lose the rest just by default because our policies are too weak. There is a massive disconnect between historical data and current policy. In the 1989 State Office of Historic Preservation verified that San Mateo possessed a large number, quote, a large number and great diversity of historic resources, and that the proposed draft ordinance ignores these 36 plus years of existing data. It leaves hundreds of potentially significant sites in limbo, focusing only on the downtown and a few 2 Mills listed properties. So let's look at what's actually at risk. Our downtown commercial area, which was identified in the National Register eligible decades ago, yet it lacks mandatory protection. Artifacts of the 1920s building boom, like 201 2nd Avenue, are still in limbo as well. Most concerning, though, are the 500 plus residences, residential resources identified by the state that have never been documented or shielded by the city of San Mateo. So as written, the Chapter 27.66 is not a preservation ordinance. It is a roadmap towards erasing our history. It contains a, quote, demolition loophole, if you ask me, where unlisted resources are never even evaluated before a permit is issued. Furthermore, it creates an oversight gap by granting broad unilateral authority to a zoning administrator to approve alterations and bypassing expert review. So closing the loop, we need to move to a current draft process where buildings are erased without second thought and move to a CEQA-aligned fix. Under our proposal, any building 45 to 50 years old would trigger a mandatory evaluation. This ensures that the Historic Resource Commission can review the data and the site for significance before it's lost forever. So who really is deciding our future? The current draft places the city's history in the hands of a single zoning administrator. No specified qualifications in historical architecture or preservation. We advocate for a transparent public procedure led by a Historic Resources Commission whose members meet the Secretary of the Interior's personal qualifications because our history deserves an objective expert evaluation. So to summarize, our recommendations are to move forward from a static inventory to a more robust one that uses state's data. And we must mandate evaluations for buildings over 45 years old before permitting demolition. We must ensure qualified oversight, and we must establish a fair, achievable 51% threshold for property owners who wish to form historic districts. And we need to think outside of that to all the buildings for public use and how we can protect those. History isn't an obstacle to housing. It is the reason we live here. And we aren't asking you to stop growth. We are asking for the integrated urbanism, which means building a city that is modern without losing its history, the homes, and the buildings that make our community special. So we ask you to just close the demolition loop, mandate expert evaluations, and protect our future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
To follow for our in-person public commenters, we'll start with Frank Elliott. Our last public commenter will be David Long in person.
Good evening, commissioners, and good evening, staff, Rincon. I'm going to find myself surprised to say this, but actually, our group has had a private attorney review this legal ordinance, and the feedback is that we should be very pleased with it. So thank you, staff, for getting something, and Rincon for getting something very close that we think is workable. But we did review it. There's a few suggestions, technical drafting suggestions that we made on the online system. I think I'm probably about half of those 43 comments, but I hope you'll look at them and you might find them helpful. And I do have a question for you, Zach, in this regard, because as you know, I've been at you for a year trying to provide input and been pushed off. Wait till the public input part. So here I am. I've got my 40 or 22 comments in there. I see that you're saying you're moving for this to be resolved and accepted. I don't see where these comments are going to be reviewed, considered, and reflected between now and when this goes to council. So I'd like, when you make an answer is, and I think probably commissioners may have comments too, where does that work in? I think there's some things that you actually said about what's in the ordinance that is not reflected in the drafting. So I would urge you to look at my comments and to really get another review of it by a professional attorney to make sure it says what you intend it to say. I think there's some things that are unclear in it. And for the commission, I just have two requests for section 030. It's not clear what the council resolution process is, if it's intended that council can just resolve to take a nationally listed district and put it right into the inventory, or whether that requires consent. And that actual language says property. Property under the federal definitions includes districts. Do you intend to include districts or do you not? Property is not defined in the ordinance. So it's just things like that that I think could be cleared up. And it may be that you want to give council the right to put things in by resolution. So be it, but let's just be clear about what we're doing. Thank you.
Through the chair, if we could have Diane Whitaker come to speak, and to follow will be David Light and Lori Watanuki.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. Diane Whitaker, and I'm a 30-year plus resident of the North Central neighborhood. I had prepared some remarks, specific remarks tonight, but our first speaker from San Mateo Heritage Alliance covered all of them. So I just want to second whatever Ashley has told you. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Commission. My name is David Light, and I live in the Central neighborhood. We are told that we need to choose between our housing and our history, and I believe that's a false choice. I believe we can build a vibrant, modern city without losing our historic homes and buildings that make San Mateo so special. The Yoshiko Yamanouchi house in the Central neighborhood is a part of our important Japanese immigrant history in San Mateo, and has been, and this historic property has been recognized both as a national and as a state historic landmark. Please include this resource in the 2026 inventory and adopt the Heritage Alliance amendments so that our past has a place in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Chair Patel and Planning Commission members, my name is Lori Watanuki from the Central Neighborhood. Equity for the neighborhoods is the biggest casualty of this draft. The current process for protecting neighborhoods is too expensive and onerous, that only the wealthiest areas can go through this process. We need a fair and achievable 51% threshold for property owners who want to form a historic district. Preservation should be a tool available to every neighborhood in San Mateo, not just a luxury for the few. We need a fair ordinance for everyone. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comment.
And for our remaining in-person speakers, we'll have Lisa come to the podium, please. And to follow will be Connie, Lori, and lastly, David Long for our in-person.
Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Lisa Vandervoort, and I'm a resident of the Beresford Hillsdale neighborhood. I hope I could follow my notes. I'm so excited about having 2 minutes. I only had a minute prepared. Anyway, you know me as the one who conducts the popular tours of the Downtown Historic District, our one tangible link to the past that is protected in this draft ordinance. We have an opportunity to protect more, but this ordinance fails miserably by failing to protect all individually eligible historic properties that are protected now. It's interesting and sad that the draft historic inventory for this current ordinance only includes 3 properties. And you mentioned not including the 1989 historic survey because it's old and out of date. But surveys don't age or become less valid. The properties just get older. So that makes no sense to me. Even the draft historic context statement admits that the Grand Estates of San Mateo are already gone. This means that our central and north central neighborhoods are now the last tangible links we have to our founding era, as well as homes like Seven Oaks, which is the A.P. Giannini residence built in 1901. He was the founder of the Bank of America, and properties like the Old Masonic Lodge, built in 1910. So those are all founding era homes. We are down to our final layer of history. We cannot afford to lose another property by default because our policies were too weak to catch them. Protection of historic resources are the responsibility of federal, state, and local entities on behalf of the public good. It's not up to individual property owners. That's how we got stuck with the sudden demolition of the East Wing of the White House. Now is your time to act. Please vote to strengthen these protections, or there will be nothing left. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening. I'm Connie Weiss, live in San Mateo for 30 years. I also am very supportive of the group presentation that was given by Ashley and all the specifics that she gave. And the only thought I want to leave with you is that history isn't an obstacle to growth, it's an economic driver. People move to San Mateo because of the way it looks and feels, the historic homes, the unique storefronts, the character. If we erase that to build generic blocks, we destroy the very thing that makes our property values high and our downtown thrive. Integrated urbanism protects our brand as a city. We need to protect the buildings that make us a destination. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening, and thank you for 2 minutes. That's such luxury. And thank you for the effort on this historic policy update. I know it was monumental. It's been monumental keeping up with it and making comments. So thank you to the city for doing that and staff. I wanted to point out that I'm real, as everyone, really concerned about reducing the number of historic resources in the inventory. There was an update to the historic ordinance to add all of the properties individually eligible into to be subject to the ordinance. And it seems like we're going backwards. And if you're reducing the protection for historic resources, that's inconsistent with the general plan and should require a CEQA review if you're dialing back your historic protection. So I also wanted to say that we all recognize that San Mateo faces a housing shortage and that more housing is needed, especially affordable options. Importantly, this housing can and should be built while protecting our historic resources. However, the YIMBY movement, heavily backed by real estate and tech industry interests, pushes aggressively for unlimited development. Many properties don't even need a CEQA analysis. YIMBY's claim historic preservation prevents new housing when in fact it does not. I had requested that Seema Patel be recused from this proceeding. She is a strong YIMBY advocate who served on their advisory board. She has shown clear hostility toward residents who raise legitimate concerns. I do not believe that she has the ability to fairly weigh all voices without bias. Ms. Bush and Mr. Schomkel are also self-proclaimed YIMBYs. Our commissioners are charged with representing the entire San Mateo community, not just one ideological group or powerful industry interests. Please remember this as you consider the comments and this inadequate ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening, city staff and planning commission. Thank you for your service. Thanks to city staff for this impressive presentation and your impressive effort to address this issue of historic property inventory and inventory. I'm David Long. I live on West Poplar Avenue, and I'm a member of the San Mateo Park Neighborhood Association Board, and I'm a former planning commissioner in neighboring Belmont. I want to express my strong support for this proposed ordinance because it finally addresses a serious problem we have in San Mateo. San Mateo has been too good at preserving its history. For years, we've been burdened with recognizing historic homes, valuing pre-war architecture, and occasionally requiring thoughtful review before demolition. This ordinance fixes that. It weakens protections, it adds ambiguity, it makes it harder to actually designate anything historic in the first place, which is efficient because if nothing qualifies, nothing gets protected. I especially admire the flexibility that's built in here. Why would you clearly define what a historic resource is when you can leave it vague? Why would you require qualified historians or architects when discretion will do? And why recognize buildings already listed at the state or national level when we can simply choose not to? We've seen how this plays out. When Pennsylvania Station was demolished, it became a symbol, not of progress, but of loss. You guys like catching the train underneath Madison Square Garden? I don't know anyone who does. It's a disaster. But even more locally and in California, buildings by Frank Lloyd Wright, some of the most important architecture in the world, has been demolished. That's not because it lacked value, but because policy allowed it. That's the pattern. Not a lack of value, but a lack of protection. And we don't have to look far to find it here. We had a Carnegie Library. We had a beautiful high school that had great cultural significance. It happens not in big swaths, but one decision at a time. And that's what this ordinance enables, is those decisions
Sir, your
to
time
be
is
not taken seriously.
running out.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Through the chair in our, our virtual environment, we'll begin with Makara, and to follow, that will be MGM. Doug Henderson, and our final speaker will be Jordan Grimes. Makara, you may unmute yourself. The timer is set for 2 minutes.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. We all want San Mateo to grow, but in a thoughtful way. Growth without memory is just sprawl. We are asking you to choose a legacy of integrated urbanism, building a city that is vibrant and modern without losing the history, the homes, and the buildings that make our community special. Don't let Chapter 27.66 become a roadmap for erasure. Close the loopholes, mandate the evaluations, and let's build a future that grows from our history, one that honors San Mateo's character, not replaces it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment.
Our attendee by the name MGM, you may speak. We will continue to Doug Henderson. Thank you. Hi, Doug. Can you hear us?
I can, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we'll go ahead and start the timer at 2 minutes for you.
Great. I can't see the timer right now, but I live in North Central. I am a retired urban planner. I worked as staff for a historic commission, City of Santa Clara, which retained its Victorian downtown while expanding along the transitways with significant numbers of new housing units. I am thankful for the staff and the city consultant for including on page 77 of the document, incorporating a current picture of our Unitarian Universalists of San Mateo Church at North Ellsworth and East Santa Ynez. Unfortunately, the current view, which is perfect, we just renovated and really restored the historic character. It identifies it still as a Methodist church, which is what it was many years ago. So it should be updated as far as currently the Unitarian Universalist Church. And while I'm on that, the first elected city council member that was a woman was on our board of trustees. She passed away before I joined the church, but we are not including her home in the potential structures that should be inventoried. And it's, I think, on East Santa Ynez, and its intact historic structure looks great. So, Chairman Patel, I would like to get to know you better and see how you think about stuff. If your home on down the road is purchased by someone that might want to recognize your history with the city, what are you doing here to protect that happening? And when we leave everything up to CEQA, that's a state decision process that could be eliminated entirely. We are giving up our personal local history and the control of that history. So that's my question for all the commissioners. What about the history that you are creating?
Thank you for your comment.
Jordan, you may speak.
Good evening, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. Hello, everyone. Appreciate the time to speak. I've had real concerns about where this process would end up, but I'm genuinely pleased with the outcome. I think, like many people, I have grown deeply skeptical of historic preservation as a tool, having watched it be weaponized by preservationists both here in San Mateo and across California to block new multifamily housing in single-family neighborhoods. So it means something when I say that I think this ordinance does strike the right balance between creating meaningful, credible processes for identifying and protecting genuinely historic resources, while also ensuring we don't put a thumb on our scale against new housing growth. I want to be direct here. There is no historic preservation crisis in this city. This is a niche concern that a small number of very wealthy, very engaged residents with a lot of time on their hands have elevated far beyond its actual community standing. Our annual statistically valid survey bears this out year after year. Historic preservation never cracks the list. What does is housing affordability for the 50% of residents here who rent. People move to San Mateo for a lot of reasons, but top among them are our climate and our extraordinary job market. That will remain true regardless of what the housing stock looks like. I also want to say that I've heard the phrase integrated urbanism repeated multiple times tonight. That phrase doesn't fool anyone. That's NIMBYism. It's all it is. And then finally, we've heard a great deal tonight about protecting our neighborhoods. And I'd really ask advocates to reflect carefully on that word. Protecting them from what and from whom? From new neighbors? From working families who want to live here? Those are telling word choices, and they deserve a candid answer. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comment.
Through the chair, that is all of our public commenters.
Okay, thank you very much to everyone who provided a public comment this evening. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment at this time. Staff, I wanted to give you the opportunity to respond to any of the public comments that you heard that you would like to respond to. There was one I jotted down that I would like to ask you about. I believe it was in the group presentation. There was a comment about there's no mandatory evaluation procedure for development on unlisted resources. Can you clarify what the evaluation procedure is when a development application comes in to determine if the property may be eligible?
Definitely. I think it is important to note that, well, there isn't a specific reference to it in the ordinance, as was noted in the presentation, under CEQA, any property that's more than 45 years old automatically triggers an evaluation. As part of this policy effort, we will be developing screening criteria, and the goal is to focus, because obviously 45 years alone, it doesn't make a historic property, but that is what triggers a deeper review to understand, is there potential eligibility? And if so, that might then trigger further evaluation and a HRE, or a historic building evaluation. So there is definitely steps that will be taken, and as part of this process with the resources and documentation that we develop following adoption of the updated ordinance, we will be developing a screening criteria utilizing information in the historic context statement to give staff tools and the public a better understanding of when you have a building over 45 years old, what are the steps there? So there would never be a demolition in the city. We require a special use permit for structural demolitions, and it is definitely a project under CEQA. So there would never be a building demolition of a building over 45 years old without screening and potentially an HRE if it was warranted. And if that was identified as an eligible historic resource, that would be a significant impact under CEQA. And so there potentially is an environmental impact report if that demolition proceeds.
Okay, thank you. That was very helpful. I don't know if my fellow commissioners caught anything else that they wanted to redirect to staff.
I just have a follow-up question about that. Do some of these new state laws that are streamlining CEQA for particular types of developments, does that mean that some properties in San Mateo won't go through a CEQA process even if they're 45 years old, regardless of the ordinance, because of some of these streamlining efforts?
I would maybe look to the city attorney. I mean, in general, at this point, I mean, we can't foretell where certain CEQA streamlining will go. But generally, the demolition of a historic resource would be one of those examples that would require further evaluation and generally would avoid the use of an exemption or a process. But I would just look to the city attorney to make sure I'm correct in that statement.
I don't have anything else to add. I think that's correct.
And then through the chair, just wanting to kind of acknowledge in general all of the comments that were provided and all of the comments that have been provided throughout this process. We have been receiving and read all of them that come in and hear them. And I think particularly to comments about the more recent comments on the draft ordinance and the historic context statement, they've been coming in. We are reading all of them. We tried to synthesize some, and to the degree we could speak to them tonight. Our goal will be following council or planning commission's recommendation. We're looking, there's kind of two buckets that we're considering. One is technical cleanups to ensure clarification, clarity, intended outcomes, and understanding with the ordinance. So things like replacing an or with an and, making sure comments are in the right spot. If there's needed clarification on a definition, those will all be things that we will incorporate between now and city council. And then we'll kind of provide an overview of what those changes were. And then there'll be other ones that we'll highlight that are more into the recommendations bucket for council to consider as part of it. But yes, we're definitely collecting all of that and reviewing it. And sometimes they're competing comments. So those are all factors that we're weighing in, but we're definitely looking at it all and making sure we catch all of the technical comments to make sure that the ordinance is clear and there isn't any ambiguity where none is intended.
Great, thank you. And just to confirm and clarify, you're referring to both comments that are submitted to you by email, but also comments made using the online tools, right?
That is correct,
Yeah,
yes.
okay, thank you. Anything else from my fellow commissioners about public comment, redirecting questions to staff? No. Okay, I would suggest, since we're almost an hour and a half in, that we take a quick 5-minute break. And then when we come back from that break, we can resume with clarifying questions from the commission. So it's 8:17. Why don't we say we'll meet back here a little bit more than 5 minutes, 8:25? Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, we're ready to begin.
Okay. Now for commission questions. I'm going to look to my left and to my right and see if anybody would like to start. Oh, actually, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to redirect it to Zach.
Yes, through the chair, I did want to provide some clarification. Had a chance to huddle with the team and talk through. And with regard to CEQA, there are two recent CEQA amendments from state legislation that do provide pathways. So AB 130 does allow for a streamlined CEQA exemption that will only look at resources that are designated at the federal, state, or local level. And then SB 79 says that it will only consider resources designated as of January 1, 2026 as part of their CEQA exemption. So those are two tools. There's other aspects that go in. So most projects aren't necessarily using them, but if you're using CEQA streamlining under those are two clarifications I did want to highlight.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can you remind me, this is things I'm learning at every meeting, but what types of projects like I know AB 130 is the infill, right? Is that like, could that apply to single family homes? It applies to commercial developments. It applies to everything within some distance from something.
AB 130 does have a set of requirements. It's generally used by larger development projects. So we are seeing some of the larger multifamily development proposals in the city utilize AB 130. There are tribal consultation and other requirements that go into it. So it's not a fit for every project. I don't believe it would be used for single family homes unless that was, say, a single family home on a larger lot in a higher density zone district. And so SB 130 is tied to transit. So that is areas within that half mile of transit. And similarly, it does carry other requirements with it and is generally used for higher density multifamily or mixed use projects.
I actually I'm going to chime in because it's directly related to what you just were talking about. Every time I've looked at SB 79, I spent some time trying to figure out exactly the historic resources, how it related there, and then I had it figured out, and then it's been a little while now, and I don't know if I quite understood what you just said about, because I understand like there's a cutoff. The cutoff is that the cutoff, anything that wasn't already officially designated prior to that date doesn't get a review. Is that what it is?
It would get a review. So if it was a local, state, or federally listed resource as of January 1, 2026, and the demolition was proposed, that would need to be something. It may disqualify it from using SB 79.
Okay, so but then if we have something which is like somebody in the community says, oh, that's really important, but it was not surveyed, was not found to be eligible, was not designated, that could potentially, that would not necessarily trigger a CEQA review?
That is correct, yes. You could move forward with the CEQA exemption and it wouldn't trigger additional review.
Okay, so we could have something, there might be a picture of something that was, or there might be a reference to it in our context statement, and it is, might have been on that 89 survey, but it's not been designated, it's not been listed, and someone proposes something there. So in that scenario, there is a possibility that it would not undergo any sort of review.
That is correct, yes.
All right, thanks.
Would anyone like to start with clarifying questions? Commissioner Bush?
I gotta stop smiling at you. Okay, sure. I don't know if this is how it works, but should I try to aim for like 10 minutes or something, and then we shuffle, or?
Why don't I ask a question of my fellow commissioners, which is, how many questions do you have? Because if we have a ton, I would actually suggest that we break them down and all ask our questions about the historic context statement first, then all ask our questions about the draft preservation ordinance, and then all ask our questions about the Mills Act. But only if we have a ton. I think if each person only has like 3 or 4 questions, we can just go one at a time.
I have approximately 15 questions.
All right, let's break it down. So let's do.
But my questions are only on the ordinance. So
Okay. I also have a lot of questions, but it's on all three. So why don't we start with the historic context statement? And if any of my fellow commissioners have questions on that, let's start there.
I do have one, unless someone else wanted to go first.
Please go ahead.
Just was thinking about the towards the end of the context statement. There's the section which is dealing with assessment criteria for different types of resources: residential, commercial, industrial, et cetera, from different periods of time. Also, different resources that connect to different significant groups. And then also associated criteria for assessing integrity. And I just wanted to get some, just to kind of also just kind of get the clarification, get it out there exactly how that was all put together. Was that all drawn from the state and federal or guidelines, or was any of that sort of developed in particular focus on San Mateo?
Yeah, it's a mixture of both. Obviously, the overarching guidance comes from the established publications that both National Park Service and OHP have put out since the 70s, really. And so that's the foundational documentation that we use to start putting together those types of guidelines for local historic context statements. But then especially things like the integrity considerations and the additional integrity requirements, those things are really drawn from the things that we learned from the research, from the context and background and archival research, and things that we were able to see through the very limited windshield survey that we were able to do. So those two things in kind of conjunction are what informed that guidance for assessing significance.
Thank you.
I have no questions regarding that.
Okay, I have one question on the historic context statement. So first, I just want to say thank you to staff for the amazing job that you all have done on this. It feels like an incredible body of work in a very short amount of time. And so just thank you. And piggybacking on that, the historic context statement is a huge body of work. It's almost 250 pages. And it occurred to me as I was reading it, what if after it's adopted, additional information comes to light, or somebody finds some inaccuracy and we need to update it or correct that? What is the process for doing that? Does any revision have to come back to Planning Commission and Council to be incorporated, or is there stuff that can be done at the administrative level?
I'll start, and then if Julianne wants to add anything. Basically, obviously, there's probably a lot more information out there that can fill in any number of pieces. And so bringing it back every time at a public meeting would be really onerous.
Yep.
So we kind of see two categories of amendments: clarifications, additions, things that are factual in nature, clarifications, corrections. Those are all things that can be handled administratively by staff. We would log them, so over time you can see how the documents evolved. But we would just be able to administratively update. We'd probably collect it periodically, do an administrative update, publish an updated version. If we were looking at more substantive changes, that's when we would likely bring it to Planning Commission and or Council. If maybe there was a new clarification to a period of significance, additional architects or other things that were more substantives that could change how we consider projects, that would be something that would come before the Commission and or Council for adoption. But smaller corrections and updates, those would be handled administratively.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question about the context statement. So I think we can move on to questions about the draft historic preservation ordinance. I'll look to my right this time.
Are we going to break it down by section, or are we just going to more
I think
generally?
since we're just asking questions and we're not discussing, I would just say ask all your questions at once.
Yeah, I had asked a question about, if it's okay if I go first.
Oh, yes, please.
I had asked a question prior to the meeting in the run-up about which were going to be the initial properties on our resource inventory, and I was initially told that they were going to be the downtown district, Glazenwood conditionally depending on council votes upcoming. And then there were going to be 2 properties, which are going to be the DeSabla Tea House and the Coxhead House. I did notice that in the presentation that we now have the Vollers House added to that list. Was that overlooked before? Was that a recent addition since we spoke, or how'd that come about?
So that was, and I believe, and I'll look to staff for more details. That was a house that was designated by resolution and had a Mills Act, and then at a point they actually applied for removal from the Mills Act agreement. And so we had initially taken them off the list, but in looking at it further, the resolution still stands. So even though they are moving out of the Mills Act contract, they are still designated locally by resolution. And so that's why they're now on the list. And so unless that resolution, until the time that resolution's repealed, we would see that as a local designation.
Great. Let's see. Questions? Sorry, I was doing so much preparation for this and I'm all over the place. There's so many things in front of me here. Just bear with me for one moment here. Let's see. Maybe you should come back to me. I'm gonna need a second. Sorry about that.
Commissioner Schenkel, do you have any questions?
Yeah. Am I on? Yeah,
Yep.
I think so. Just regarding, I'll just ask all my questions at once. I don't have too many. The designation process by resolution, is there a way for, let's say, a property that is designated for potentially a new owner to renege or reverse that and no longer be held to that for the incentive program?
So well, if you're asking about incentives, if you enter into a Mills Act agreement and then you have an interest in removing yourself, there is a process. It's a 10-year agreement, so it takes 10 years to then unwind and re-amortize the property. If you're talking about a delisting, once a property is locally listed, that designation runs with the property, so it would carry on to future owners. If a future owner wanted to delist, you would have to go through the same process. I think there would need to be extenuating circumstances to justify, I don't know if there was a natural disaster or something had happened that it no longer rose to that level. But yeah, you would have to follow the same process for designation. But generally, there would need to be a basis for why you were removing it.
Okay, thank you. During staff presentation, thank you for the presentation. It was very detailed and broke a lot of it down for myself. There was, the 1989 survey, and then by guidance from City Council, I guess there was not much desire to have another survey done. Was that for budgetary constraints to the city?
Generally speaking, the first step in updating our historic policies would be an updated ordinance and a citywide historic context statement. Surveys would come next once you've got that updated framework. There is significant cost associated with those. And so at this time, the objective was to update to provide that clarity and speak to our current ordinance doesn't define the process for designation. So updating to establish that process too were some key objectives in prioritizing these two actions.
Got it. All right. And my last question in regards to the commission, the Historic Resource Commission. So there will be professionals and residents. Will there be a designation for a ratio between that mixed group of the commission? And on top of that, is there overlap between the CEQA that the staff will be looking at and what the commission will be looking at? Like, will there be overlap between those two groups of the commission and staff looking at CEQA determinations?
So speaking to your first question about the criteria for appointments, that's the draft language staff has prepared. It's ultimately up to council as to if they want to make specific requirements. The objective is to balance getting qualified individuals, but then also making sure it's not so restrictive that you end up with vacancies on a commission. And that's always a challenge. If you're too specific about individual appointments, you might end up, so you might only have a handful of individuals who, because you also have to be a resident of the city in order to sit on a city commission. And so that's kind of what we're balancing. But ultimately, this language will be up to council as to if they want to go with that, or maybe augment, or maybe set specific requirements for appointment. And I think obviously individuals with high qualifications would be prioritized during any recruitment. But yeah, those would be the considerations that go to council. With regard to your second question, as drafted right now, the Resources Commission has kind of two areas that they would focus on. One would be a recommendation for a designation for either a landmark or a district, and then the other would be for a certificate of appropriateness for a major alteration. For SEQA reviews and minor alterations, that would be handled at the staff level, so that wouldn't be elevated to the Historic Resources Commission. However, I mean, it is important to note the zoning administrator staff were qualified professionals, and we exercise discretion in any number of places in administering city codes and the process. And generally, we're always looking through the lens of, is there a threshold? And if it appears like it could be, we would generally defer to elevating it to the commission over taking the action at the administrative level or making sure there's ample publication. So we're always looking closely at that. But yeah, recognizing there is discretion exercised when you're going from one tier to the next. But staff is doing that on a regular basis as we administer all of our city zoning codes and moving through planning applications.
Thank you. And then, sorry, I have one more question. In the 36 case studies that were done, were there any other localities that had a lower threshold than what we're proposing? Like, you know, how the 51 is being looked at by certain groups. In those 36 case studies, were there any lower thresholds than what's being proposed?
For owner consent in historic
Owner
districts?
consent.
Yeah, there are many municipalities that are silent on the issue, and so they handle that in a variety of different ways. There are some places that have a higher threshold. The highest we saw was 75%. 50+1 is the most typical where there is owner consent required. So there was quite a variety between the case studies that we looked at.
Thank you. That's my questions for now.
Thank you. Commissioner Bush?
Okay. Excuse me. So, I had sorry. I had the opportunity to talk with Zach ahead of time, and one thing I was hoping that you could talk about again is the relationship between our general plan policies and the ordinance. And I'm particularly interested in our general plan policy 5.3 has a specific articulated definition of historic resources that includes resources eligible or listed in the National Register and the California Register, designated resources in the 1989 survey that we've heard about in public comment, and resources found to be eligible through documentation in a historic resources report. But the ordinance doesn't include most of those things, absent listing on the inventory. And I was just curious if you could speak to our perspective, the city's perspective, on the relationship between those two things.
Definitely. And so the definition in the general plan is intended to be larger and cover more area. And so we could use that. And so when developing the ordinance, the key is that what we're covering in there is consistent with the general plan. It doesn't need that it needs to cover everything in that definition, but as long as it's not inconsistent, i.e. covering things that aren't within that definition, it's okay that an implementation of an individual action can be more focused. So in this case, it's focusing on a subset of that larger definition. And I think, as articulated here, as we go about the larger evaluations of projects and considerations on properties, we're using that as guidance. So in that case, we're looking at a larger blanket of eligible resources that would still be evaluated under CEQA, but not necessarily under the ordinance. So that's kind of an implementation of an action can be more focused and doesn't necessarily need to cover the full spectrum of a definition in a policy.
Okay, so it may be that we use that definition of historic resources that's more capacious from the general plan for other relevant purposes for protecting historic resources, but for the ordinance specifically for the intent of creating an inventory subject to more intense review, we're using a more specific definition, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. I think that kind of, I have another question about the definition of historic resources as written in the draft ordinance, because the way that the definition of historic resource is written, it says historic resources may also include, but are not limited to, resources listed in the National Register, the California Register, and the San Mateo Historic Resources Inventory. But I believe you said in your presentation, and I think the ordinance reflects this mostly, is that the intent here is for the inventory only to include things designated through the process articulated in the ordinance, not to automatically include listed National Register or California Register, right?
That is correct. And as was noted in the presentation, both to align with current guidance on a local inventory and to align with City Council direction on this issue, which was the interest was that there be a local designating action to align with affirmative owner consent before it's added, and not automatically add if there was an action at the state or federal level.
Okay. So the definition of historic resource in the ordinance is intended to be broader than historic resources that are actually sort of subject to the ordinance.
That's correct, because you can have a historic resource that's not designated. And so I think that's the distinction, that the definition provided in the ordinance listed definitions is the broader definition of historic resources. There theoretically could be a circumstance where a property is evaluated and found eligible to be a San Mateo historic resource, but for whatever reason, it doesn't go through the process of designation. So in that case, it's a historic resource, but it's not a designated historic resource.
Okay. So I wonder if there was consideration of including these other properties that are articulated in the general plan policy, like the 1989 survey properties and the eligible properties for the National Register and the California Register in the definition of historic resources in the ordinance that are not necessarily automatically subject to the inventory, if that makes sense.
I think there's a policy consideration there. So, I mean, I think if that's a recommendation that the commission would like to move forward for council consideration, I think that's probably the best avenue, because I think as drafted, we are working to make sure we're consistent with the general plan, but also with council direction. So if there's commission interest in broader alignment between the definition and the ordinance and the general plan, I think that's definitely a recommendation that could be carried forward for council consideration.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I saw on the presentation that there's an intention to designate Glazenwood district before the ordinance takes effect. I assume from having watched the council meeting and some of the other meetings that that's because there are many members of the Glazenwood district, property owners in the Glazenwood district, who have been very vocal about having that added to the inventory. You can correct me if I'm wrong as to that being the reason, or maybe there was no articulated reason from council. But I guess my question is, maybe this isn't a fair question, so I could just say I don't know. But what is there a meaningful distinction between the Glazenwood district and the 1989? The properties are found to otherwise be eligible in the 1989 survey, in that neither set have had a recent survey. It's just that the Glazenwood property owners, it seems to be that there's probably 60% in support, or is there some meaningful difference between the two?
I think the issue unique to the Glazenwood neighborhood was that there was some community feeling that it actually had been designated, and then there was research conducted as part of the general plan, and then based on subsequent questions, that was unable to find an actual designating resolution. And then there was associated concern and feeling that it should be. And then that was, I think, what ultimately, and I don't want to speak for council, but that led to council's direction to move forward with that designation. And we did work to articulate some of that timeline in the agenda report that'll go to council for next Monday's meeting. But yes, because an updated ordinance isn't on the books right now, the ordinance does not have a process other than to say that the council has the ability to designate via resolution. And so that's the path they're doing. But it is based, I think Glazenwood is unique in that I don't think there's other properties out there that there is confusion on if it was or wasn't designated locally.
Okay, super helpful. Thank you so much.
Could I also just add briefly? Also, there was additional work done by Rincon for the Glazenwood item. So it's not just relying on the 1989 survey. There has been additional work.
Okay, yeah, I saw information about Glazenwood, but it's not a survey that you all did in your historic context statement, right?
No, so this was work outside of the policy work that was specific to Glazenwood, and so really we had to, given how old that information was, it needed to be updated in order to make sure there was full legal basis and current information to support the designation.
Okay, that makes sense. In the eligibility requirements for listing in section 0.050, it talks about how landmarks must be at least 50 years old and meet at least one of the criteria in the designated criteria. But for historic districts, it says they must be at least 50 years old or otherwise meet designation criteria. And I just wanted to see whether that was intended to be substantively different or that's just a technical correction.
It's a technical correction.
Okay, all right, just checking. Okay, thank you.
That's the type of update we'll be updating us between now and when the order.
Understood. I just wanted to. Sometimes it's not clear whether it's just the proofing thing or. Thank you. I already know the answer to this, but I would love for you to just confirm for everyone listening. There is no option for the city or any of its subsidiary bodies to designate or delist any resource or potential resource from the city's historical resources inventory, right?
That is correct. Right now, a property owner would be the entity that needs to initiate.
Okay. Just tips for everyone's awareness. I have about 6 more. When in the procedures for designated historic district, which I did watch the council meeting and I'm aware of the input on creating a tiered process, and that all makes sense. But I had a few questions about some of the administrative processes that were added. So one of the things that it requires when you have the preliminary application is a written certification that 20% of property owners, 20% of owners of 20% of the properties agree. And I'm just curious, what do we already have in mind what that certification looks like? Is the applicant certifying that 20% of people have said yes to them? Is it like signatures from 20%? Is it just whatever staff thinks that makes the most sense?
Yeah, we would as part of the written guidance to support the ordinance and articulate the process, we envision that to be a petition. We'd probably present a template for how to collect those signatures, but yeah, it would be up to the applicant or interested parties that were seeking that designation. And we would be looking for name, address, signature, and we'd do some verification. But kind of the goal is that first piece is more to show that there is an initial baseline of support to start the discussion and the evaluation, and then ultimately get to that higher threshold.
Okay. There's also a requirement that all, I'm realizing I have more than 6 questions. I shouldn't have even said, I'm sorry. There's also a requirement that property owners in the preliminary application stage provide notice of their application to all property owners and occupants in the proposed district. I'm wondering if council specifically directed that there be that first notice, because it seems quite onerous, but.
We will confirm with them. I mean, that was our understanding of their direction for the two-step process. And similarly, we would align that with kind of the standard way that we do notifications for, say, neighborhood meetings or other planning application processes. But yeah, I mean, they'll have a chance to confirm, but based on the January study session, that was our takeaway from their direction on the two-step process they wanted to see.
Okay, so is my understanding correct that the applicant has to notify all the property owners when they first submit the application with their 20% certification? When that's deemed complete, notify all the property owners and occupants about the community meeting, and then the city notifies all of the property owners and occupants to get a final vote.
Yeah, so so there would be kind of walking through preliminary the process. So yeah, I think those initial steps are correct. The collection of 20% signatures, applications submitted, an initial notification that an application's in. Then once materials are submitted, a neighborhood meeting that would notification would be provided for. Then the city would send out a postcard. We would do kind of not a vote level verification, but basically a postcard or vote collection that goes out to each property owner within the district. If there's over 60% in support, then it would move forward, and there would be 2 public hearings, one before the Historic Resources Commission and then one before council, and both of those would be noticed as well. So yes, there would be a number of notification points as part of the process as proposed.
And several of them, the applicant would be required to fund, essentially.
Well, yeah, and we'll need to have that discussion. In theory, is this a full cost recovery process? Does the city subsidize some of it? But yeah, I mean, obviously, depending on the number of notices, there is definite cost that goes with that.
Right. Is it typical to require notice to all occupants when the property owners are the ones who have the right or to consent or reject?
That's the standard practice that the city does for all planning applications right now. There could be a decision made that for this process, you would just focus on property owners, but that's more, we included that because that's the standard for how notices go out for a project, a planning application, or notification, because we want to make sure business owners, tenants, as well as property owners have awareness of a proposed project.
Yeah. I think that makes sense. I know that council kind of suggested a process similar to like speed bumps, for example. So now, I can do this during the comments, but occupants make sense in that context, but maybe less sense in this context. Okay. For the role the zoning administrator plays in evaluating certificates of appropriateness, it says your presentation suggested the zoning administrator is responsible for reviewing minor alterations of inventory listed projects, resources, and the Historic Resources Commission is responsible for reviewing major alterations, which I think is a fair, quick blush way to categorize it. But in that section, it says not only does the zoning administrator review minor alterations, but it also reviews projects that do not adversely affect a landmark or contributor within a historic district listed in the inventory, or are consistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation, and for which no public purpose would be served by requiring commission review. And it's not clear to me how that review by the zoning administrator of non-minor alterations that the zoning administrator thinks are consistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards is any different than the review the commission would be doing.
I will add that I had the same question. And we could talk about it now, but it was so complex to me that I figured we'd end up discussing it a bit too. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think what's important to note there is it's not the zoning administrator alone. There's going to be historic evaluations that were part of the original designation that would then be a resource that the zoning administrator and planning staff would use to understand, okay, what are the character defining features? What are the aspects of this property that give it its integrity, that give it its basis for being a designated landmark? Then you're going to be looking at the scope of the proposed work that's coming forward. And depending on that scope, we may require, depending on if there's any exterior, often an updated evaluation from a historic professional that's working with that owner and the designer architect and so there'll be additional documentation that speaks to that. So staff is then evaluating that body of information against the code to determine, okay, has it been met? Are we staying within the threshold? So we're relying on professional in positions and evaluations to inform that decision. It's not being made alone. And then so that all of that information would go into the decision of, is this a decision that can be handled at the staff level via the zoning administrator, or does this rise to the level of a major alteration, which then needs to go to the Historic Resources Commission? Because the goal also is, with a listed resource, we want to balance appropriate control and making sure that it's preserved with reasonable ability of the property owner to do work and invest in their property. And so that's kind of the balance that we're looking to achieve with those two pathways.
Okay, so is it correct? So I'm going to ask a couple questions. Is it correct to say that the intent is to kind of split any work that could be done on a property between the definition of major alterations and the definition of minor alterations?
Yes, basically.
Okay, so then I'm still a little confused, because it sounded like you were saying that the zoning administrator would be responsible for reviewing minor alterations pursuant to the standards that you just articulated. But the ordinance says both minor alterations and other things.
This is the part I think we should discuss when we get to the discussion, because I noticed the same thing. And I think we may want to end up making a recommendation on how to change this.
Yeah, for sure. But I would like to understand what the intention was, so that I can understand whether I agree with the intention.
And I know I wanted to refer to the other staff on that.
Through the chair, an example of a minor alteration could be like a roof repair or a re-roof. So if it's on a designated list, if it's on a local list, and they need to repair the roof or replace the roof with the in-kind, that doesn't warrant going to a public hearing. That's something that staff can do fairly easily, especially if it's the exact same material and has no like effect on the historic value of the home.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Through the chair, additionally, through the implementation of this ordinance, staff will be preparing guidance, guidelines, application materials, FAQs, handouts for applicants and homeowners to use as resources, so they know the level of review that they're going to have up front, and it'll help them make that distinction.
Excellent. I think if I may jump in for a minute.
You can stop asking questions.
No, you're good. It sounds like the intent was a two-track pathway.
Yeah.
And I think we can make some suggestions about how to make that more clear in the ordinance. Because I know it's the same exact thing as you. Is it actually seems like it was minor alterations or major alterations that conform to the Secretary of Interior standards. And I think maybe that was not the intent.
Thank you. I actually think it may be a three-step pathway when you think about the exemptions for ordinary maintenance.
I agree.
And repair.
Yeah, I had the same note too.
Okay, Okay, good. Thank you. That was helpful. Is there like a standard ordinary maintenance? I mean, I assume this is where you're talking about there'll be guidance on what we mean by ordinary maintenance and repair. That's not replacing your roof. That's, whatever. What's something else that's not a big deal that you don't
water
need
heater
a permit for? Yeah. Right. So that will be clarified later.
Yeah, like repainting your house.
Yeah,
things like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I wondered if it was typically just commensurate with things you don't need a permit for.
And also, just on this discussion, I wanted to turn it over to Julianne for a second to, I think, provide some background as to why the language was included as part of that consideration.
Yeah, I understand kind of the discomfort around maybe some ambiguity there, but the circumstances for historic properties are going to be unique every time. And so we wanted to build in some flexibility, because if you're overly rigid, you might find yourself in a situation where something so clearly meets the standards, but because it falls under the definition of major alteration, you're going to Historic Review Commission, even though it's very clearly aligned with the standards. So that's why we included that language, so that if there is a project, especially if for other reasons, maybe it's a Mills Act property that's just doing something that was outlined in its 10-year agreement, or it is a project that is being reviewed otherwise by the city for other purposes, to not have it be encumbered by having to go to another public meeting. So the intent there is to streamline and allow flexibility.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks. Is it typical to do double appeals of a zoning administrator decision?
Yeah, I mean, we do see that every once in a while where, a zoning administrator is appealed to the planning commission, and a planning commission decision can be appealed to the city council.
I think it's happened twice in my time on the planning commission.
In all circumstances, or only with particular types of decisions of the planning commission?
Any decision made by the zoning administrator is appealable to the planning commission, and then similarly, any action taken by the planning commission is appealable to the council.
Okay.
So it kind of the same process would fall with Historic Resources Commission.
Mhm. Okay, there was a lot of comments about the enforcement provisions. And I, to be honest, had similar comments in that it doesn't seem like there is even a fine provision baked in here. It says for violations of penalties, you can seek injunctive relief. But is there some overarching fine or administrative fines provision that applies to this in some elsewhere in the code that applies to like all zoning code violations or something?
Yeah, I mean, we have the ability to issue administrative citations depending on the nature of the works, because oftentimes a violation here might also fall under other code enforcement provisions. But yeah, we do have administrative citations, stop work, then there's associated. So if you do work without a permit and then you have to get the permit, depending on the nature, we can assess double permit fees. So there's other mechanisms in the code that can be used to enforce these provisions.
I just wonder, like, how applicable are those to something like this, where we're actually talking in the first instance about whether to designate something or not? So, like in other codes, I've seen, not to name any codes specifically, but I've seen, for example, fines for submitting false information in an application that I think could be, is there anything like that in our ordinance code more generally that might apply to this?
I don't believe that is a specific code. I guess it would be within the context of, say, if you're a licensed professional and you're there. I mean, there's other accountability mechanisms, but I guess I would highlight this as if this was a policy recommendation that the commission wanted, if you wanted to see a more robust enforcement or other mechanisms to ensure compliance. I think we weren't necessary. I mean, I think, and Julianne could probably speak to it more, I know there's a range of options for how the level of enforcement you want to include in your ordinance.
Okay. That's helpful. Thanks.
And typically, like the way co-enforcement works, we're trying to move toward compliance. So if someone provided incorrect information, we would just ask them to correct the information and then correct the violation. So we're not really penalty focused, especially with information.
Okay. Okay. Those are all of my questions.
Commissioner Klafter.
Yes, I have my list ready now. And thank you, everybody else, for your questions. I don't need to ask those questions now because you did. I had a question. One question I actually there was this like hypothetical scenario where, and I think we might have had a meeting about this, and I brought this up a while ago, but it was about the idea of possibly designating certain elements alone on a property, or a portion of a property, a portion of a structure, not necessarily designating a whole structure. Is that something that would be possible with this ordinance?
Maybe. It's not a popular route. It's not something that's seen as preservation effort. We do see sometimes that being done for mitigation in CEQA. So you have something called partial preservation, where there's many cases now with kind of historic theaters where they'll save the front of the building and have the rest of it be demolished, and the city wants to designate the facade. It's not very popular, but it does happen.
So there is in theory a pathway here.
There is, yeah. If the city would want to consider that to if a nomination came forward that only included a part of a building, and there was documentation to support the argument that it was significant and that the character defining features were limited to what they were suggesting would be nominated, that certainly could be something that would happen.
And through the chair, another thing that could be done is to look at individual structures on a plot of land separately. So what I've seen is there would be a main house that maybe is no longer historic because of all the additions that have happened, but there may be a barn in the back that has maintained its historic value throughout time. So, I mean, you could look at each individual structure separately.
Yeah, like that's the other half, I guess, the hypothetical where not just a portion of a structure, but if you had like a little standalone thing or like a barn or, just some very distinctive little, pole or something like a gate post, for example.
Yeah,
I'll just throw out an actual example I'm thinking of. A gate post, something like that. Would that be something that could be designated on its own and it wouldn't necessarily cover the entire property if that was the kind of the significant item?
The guidance from the Office of Historic Preservation on how to document and evaluate properties is to look at the property as a whole, and then you can identify features that are contributing or non-contributing, similar to the way you approach a historic district.
Okay.
So it may be that the nomination would reference the whole property and then describe that whatever the main house is not historic because it's been so altered to the point where it no longer retains integrity, yet there is a historic barn, and that is a contributing feature. And so that's the way that typically those types of nominations and evaluations are prepared.
Or we would establish a period of significance and simply say that only that one element is maybe in the period of significance.
You could, yeah. You could. That's a less popular route to go, but yes, it would be akin to a district evaluation. It would be a very similar approach to how you do a district evaluation. Yeah.
Totally different thing. I was curious about the incentives in the ordinance, and I was looking again at our general plan and looking at incentives are mentioned more than once there. There's policy number 5.6, CD 5.6 talks about a little bit incentivizing this work, and then action 5.11. Referring specifically to incentives. And I know that there was some polling done during the outreach on additional incentives, and the action item also talks about some additional incentives that did not end up being included in the ordinance. And I was just wondering if any of those were considered and being included in this initial thing here, or if not, why not?
So I think the goal was we did hear some input on there. I think we went with kind of the clear ones, which was related to Mills Act, Historic Building Code.
Yeah.
Those other ones would require more work, and I think in a way, the goal was, let's see what the framework is. Let's see where we land with our updated policies. And that's kind of like a part two. So I think if there's interest, that also could be a recommendation for council to say, hey, as part of implementation, explore X or Y or something. So we could look at it further, but I think, that would ultimately need to be direction, because that would be additional work that's not necessarily scoped as part of this first phase, because it was just focused on implementation of those two actions that were 5.8 and 5.9.
Still on that subject then with incentives though, you also were talking about how you had looked at other local preservation ordinances across the state. Did you see how many of those included additional incentives and what kinds of incentives they tended to include?
Yeah, we did look at what other incentives are available or popularly used. Anywhere where we saw something that seemed unique, I did call the planning office to ask them, do you guys actually do this? And most often they said, no, we've never seen anyone use it. So there is, I think there are some places that have tried to maybe push the envelope a little bit on what incentives are available. One of the other things to consider is that the city's also looking at, I believe, updating the zoning code. And so some of the relief that was described in some of those potential incentives wouldn't be able to be kind of thought about without that zoning update being done yet. So that's why we included that language for future incentives to be maybe potentially added. But because there's other kind of things at play that would inform what potential incentives there would be, that's all we were able to move forward this time, the ones that are the most popular and really have already been put in place by the city.
Okay. So I think, Zach, you mentioned, part two. And of course, also there is the language on incentives. You know, there's the third item there on the list in the ordinance, which kind of says that, council may choose to add in additional incentives in the future. And, there's discussion about, perhaps a survey at a future time. I guess the question is, what's going to trigger that? Is it going to be someone on the council is going to say, hey, we want to revisit this? Is there going to be a review of how effective or how well received the ordinance has been at some point in the future that is going to cause part two to be initiated? Or how do we see that potentially happening?
Ultimately, we've got, I think, over 200 actions within the general, 240. There's a good number, and obviously then other council priorities, city priorities that come up. So I think that's partly what goes into every year's Blue Sky, where council members all bring priorities forward, and then if there's a majority support, they move forward, they roll into the city strategic plan. So I think moving forward, there's always this menu of options available to council, because ultimately, especially with surveys, there'll be a cost that goes with that work. I think when it comes to incentives, as we go through other policy work, like I could see the downtown area plan update, which will include the downtown historic district. Maybe there's a discussion of downtown historic district focused incentives as part of the downtown area plan update. So I could see different opportunities arising as we move forward with various aspects of policy work. But ultimately, yeah, this would need to be reprioritized by council to continue that work or move forward with other implementation actions.
All right, and I think those are most of my questions. I have a lot of comments, but that's the next thing. So I think that's it for questions right now.
Any final questions on the ordinance from my fellow commissioners? Okay, I have a lot of questions, but I actually think I'm going to skip most of them and bring them up when we discuss, because I think like this will end up quite weedy and it seems more appropriate for a discussion. Yeah. Let me just look through my list and see if there's anything I want to bring up now. No, I think I'm gonna punt them all. Okay, so lastly, any questions about the draft update to the Mills Act? Commissioner Shamko, do you have any questions about the draft update to the Mills Act?
Nope, I asked mine.
Okay, Commissioner Bush, it's you and me.
No, great.
I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Why don't you ask yours? Because I only have one. I bet you'll cover it.
Okay. So, and I asked these all ahead of time, but I thought, given that I had these questions, members of the public might have these questions, and so I figured I would ask them. First question is, state law requires that Mills Act properties are inspected at least every 5 years. Did any of the 36 cities or jurisdictions reviewed require inspections more frequently than that?
Through the chair, most of the municipalities we looked at were 5 years. However, some did inspect 3 years, and then the County of Alameda inspects every year.
Okay, thank you. Did any of them require annual maintenance reports from the property owners?
Yes, they did. It was quite common to send out affidavits, and then the property owners would respond and provide documentation of the work that was completed that year.
Thank you. And did any of those jurisdictions outline what qualified expenses would be appropriate for that kind of maintenance work? Or were there any expectations about what type of maintenance work should be done as part of the Mills Act program?
Sure. So there's no standard definition for qualified expense, but it is commonly intended to be any expense that would be incurred to maintain and restore the historic character of a property. So most commonly, there were examples in the Mills Act program application guidelines and packets that provided examples of work that could be done, such as facade restoration, even like seismic and structural improvements, re-roofing, things of that nature.
Perfect. Thank you. In the other jurisdictions, who was responsible for reviewing the annual maintenance reports and confirming that the maintenance listed aligned with the expectations around the work to be done?
Through the chair. So with the Mills Act program, they are required to submit a 10-year work plan, which outlines all of the work and improvements they plan to do to the property. So that would align with the historic characteristics and features of the property that are outlined in the HRE, which would be required to designate them in the first place. So staff would review that work and progress reports annually, and sometimes there's an option to bring in a historic consultant if necessary.
Thank you. Is there any requirement in state law, or have you seen any jurisdictions require that the amount of scope of work in that work plan be commensurate to the expected property tax savings?
There has been some movement in that direction in recent years. However, there's no requirement by state law to do so.
Okay, thank you. And I think this was already covered. Is there a standard Mills Act contract term that's required by state law?
And yes, the initial contract term is 10 years, and then it renews annually for an additional year on the anniversary of contract execution.
Perfect. And the Mills Act contracts transfer to new property owners at the time of sale. That's a requirement under state law, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great. And then this is one more that I think I asked in person in our prep meeting. And I just want to cover it again. The agenda report notes that the public access requirement was removed to be consistent with state law. And I was wondering if you could elaborate that on a little bit, because I read the California State Code around the Mills Act program. There's no mention of a public access requirement in that program, but there's also no mention of annual maintenance reports, which is something that's very common in other jurisdictions. So I was curious how you were determining where to align with the state law versus where to require something different, which it seems like there's some discretion to be able to do.
Right. So through the chair, the Mills Act legislation was amended in 1985 to actually remove the requirement for public access. However, it's common practice that the property that's getting the tax benefit be able to be seen from the public right away, not have any fences or hedges obstructing the view from the street. Some jurisdictions have also required informational or educational plaques posted outside of the property as well.
Perfect. Thank you. Those are all of my questions, Commissioner Bush.
Thanks. I just have the one which is you talked in the presentation about staff landing on recommending 2 Mills Act contracts a year, and I just wondered if you could provide a little bit more detail. Is there like a median cost of Mills Act contracts a year? Like, how do you think about that?
So I think that this is an entirely policy-driven decision, so the council will have prerogative as if they want to. I mean, some places don't have a cap, others 5, 10, 20. It's really up to the local jurisdiction. I think also the property tax savings really varies property to property, because there's with properties that have transacted more recently, realizing bigger savings than maybe properties that have been owned for a while and have lower overall valuation. So there's a lot of variables. And I think in one example, we had a property that had a relatively small number, then it was sold, and then their savings under the Mills Act went up significantly. So 2 was seen. 1 is obviously there's an administrative work piece that goes with processing these. And so I think the intent is we'd probably almost have kind of like a period where we'll accept applications at this period, and then they get processed in January, go to HRC in March, or we could set up a standard timeline. So if someone's interested, they could submit their application, but then we would process them once a year. And so that was kind of the thinking, to standardize the process. And when a property is realizing those property tax savings, ultimately that's revenue that is not then being paid via property taxes. So the city realized, I think it's around 11% of a property tax dollar paid comes back to the city. So so the whole property tax saving isn't borne by the city, but a portion of it, around 11%, is. So it's in most cases a small but still notable reduction in property general fund revenue as a result of the contract.
So at the beginning of the contract what the cost to the city will be, because their property taxes, and you can say it's 11, whatever the exact amount is, but it's 11% of every dollar they're saving, and that's the case over all 10 years.
Approximately. I think there's other factors that might adjust that percentage, but approximately, yes.
I wonder if it is feasible to, instead of having a limited number of MillSAC contracts, whether instead you could set a maximum limit on the amount of money the city loses in revenue.
I think that's a great discussion question.
Okay.
So, I was going to say it's a policy choice, but keep in mind the valuation at time of the Mills Act going into effect could change subsequently. So
after the 10 years or over the course of the 10 years?
Say maybe it has one valuation because the property owners owned it for, say, 10 years, 15 years. They sell it for a much higher price. Valuation resets. Now the delta between, so all of a sudden maybe they were saving $10,000 a year. Now they're saving $30,000 a year. Right. So we couldn't look into the future. So you could do that upon initial, but keep in mind that isn't a fixed
because the contract follows the property.
And properties appreciate in value, so over time it will get bigger.
Okay, thanks.
I did have one more question, actually, that I thought of while the other questions were being asked. Coming back to the question of the study of other preservation ordinances, local ordinances across the state, if we could get some sense, how many of them were structured similar to our proposed ordinance, where it was entirely initiated by property owners and only by property owner consent?
I don't remember the number off the top of my head. We did present actual percentages to City Council, but I will say that probably newer ordinances are more likely to have the owner consent provision. Overall, of the 36 that we looked at, a majority did not have any owner consent provision, but I don't remember the exact number. So while most did not, it's becoming more popular to include that.
But in those situations, was there another pathway, or was it the sole pathway? Did you see anywhere it was the sole pathway?
So there's a combination of pathways. Some had only owner consent, similar to what is drafted here. Some had owner consent, but it could be additional properties could be added via nomination from either City Council or the Historic Review Commission. Others had no provisions on consent, and nominations could come from anyone. So there was kind of it ran the gamut.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Thanks.
Great. Let's move on to comments and discussion. I would suggest that we start with the draft historic context statement. And again, this is a 250-page document. So I'm going to ask how many comments people roughly have on it, because if it's a lot, then we might want to do it again by section. I'm looking at our expert here in history because I suspect you may have the most.
I could start. Well, I mean,
but how many do you think you have? Because I want to figure out if we should break it up by section.
I wouldn't say, one of them may be a little longer, but I wouldn't say it's too many, to be honest.
Okay. One. Yeah, I don't have many. I don't have any. So let's just go by commissioner. So why don't you go first, Commissioner Klafter?
Yes. All right. Well, I'll echo what Chair Patel said earlier. I mean, this is a very impressive amount of work. Thank you to staff and consultants for putting this together. It's great to have a document, and it's also very challenging to put together a document which condenses the history of an entire community over, more than a century, and tries to touch upon every single aspect of life and, significant communities and significant places and tries to sort of create some objectivity with regards to that. It's a really going to be a great resource for researchers, I hope, and for members of the community going forward. I have read through the whole document. I was helped a little bit by the fact that I just happened to have been doing my own report on downtown last year, and so I was already been looking at San Mateo, Centennial History, and some of the other same resources pretty recently. I have a copy of that book, and as I was looking through, I did note a few, spelling things. Totally understandable mistakes that would not be caught by spell check, where instead of saying his, it says this, and has that minor stuff like that. A few things, factual things, which I noted, just mostly minor stuff, where like maybe one minor example where like the Bayshore Highway, which opened in 1929, was originally 4 lanes, not 6 lanes. Very minor stuff. Overall, I think it was really, really good document. I did have one big comment, which is that one thing I would really love to see, which is some good diagrams really showing all of the different areas of the city, the different subdivisions, the different estates, and really explaining like visually where they are and how they relate to each other, and kind of the years that they were developed. Because I think if you're reading through this document and you're not obsessive like I am sometimes, it's kind of difficult to keep track of this stuff. One example, which I kind of latched onto for a while, was the example of the El Cerrito estate, which was the Howard estate. It's fairly close to downtown here. Howard builds a house there, and then it passes to his descendants when he passes away, and then it gets becomes known as the Bowie estate because it's inherited by the husband of his daughter or something like that, and then it becomes it's sold later and becomes the DeSabla estate, and of course this is where the DeSabla tea house was on this estate, and then it eventually gets sold to Jean de Saint Cyr, and then eventually is developed by David Bohannon. And when I'm reading through this document, it says the St. Cyr estate was developed by David Bohannon, but at that point it doesn't connect it back to those other names. It's the same property. And then there were also 3 different homes, I think, that were called because there El Cerrito, that name stayed with that estate, but then there were 2 different homes there. One was moved away, and then another was built. And then if you go out into the hallway of this chamber and you look at this map on the wall out there, you'll actually see that there is a 3rd house that at one point was called El Cerrito, and it was in a different location and owned by a different descendant of Howard and her husband. And so it can get a little confusing. Again, I spent quite a bit of time, more time than I probably needed to, because I'm always curious about this stuff, looking at it. But I think for the average reader, if they had a diagram, and it says, outlining this area, and it says this is roughly the Howard estate, and this portion was, broken off in this year, and then it was, this area was subdivided, by David Bohannon in this year, that would be really make it a lot more accessible. And so that can show the whole progression of all these areas over time, from the beginning of the document to the end. Or most of that history. So, that's my one big comment, and I will give the other commissioners an opportunity now.
Thank you. Commissioner Schnaukel, did you have any comments on the historic context statement?
Yeah, just, I appreciate all the work that went into this. I think it's a great, it's off. I appreciate staff and all who are involved in that in this great work, great document, explaining a lot about why and what and how, and especially putting a lot of the things and strengthening some of the key things that we're missing. I I think the buzzword for today, the integrated urbanism, a lot of people are getting hung up on the soul of San Mateo, but I think this strikes a good balance and shows that the historic character of San Mateo is, going to be cared for and sought after. And the key takeaways that I think staff had a hard task with trying to strike that balance between, trying to create this and also appease a lot of different parties at once. And so, that's my comment for this.
My comment is that this was awesome. I really loved reading it. I did not read every single word, but I did at least look at every single picture and mostly got all the gist. I thought it was exceptionally cool. And I did not know your profession existed, and I think it's awesome that it does. It's so fun to learn about the city. And I know there's been a lot of focus this meeting specifically by one very nitpicky lawyer, but also throughout this process that on the ordinance and kind of how what will be in the inventory. But this thing is so cool and so powerful and important for this whole underlying process. And so I just want to echo the thanks to staff, to Rincon, for all the work that you did, for all the hard work you did, and would encourage anyone who has not read it to find 5 hours and sit down with it and at least look at the pictures, which are also very awesome.
I'll just add to that I also did the first thing. I looked through all the pictures first. As soon as I realized there were pictures, I was like, I'm going to flip through this whole thing. Again, I'll just echo what everybody else said. This is a fantastic document. It was so interesting, and I'm really excited that our city now has this as a resource for people to learn about the history of the city. I'll say personally, I really enjoyed reading about the history of the architectural style of my home, which I did not know much about. So that was super cool. But echo what my fellow commissioners said. Other than that, I don't really have any comments. I mean, it was a history book, so it's not like there was a lot to really add or say. So shall we move on to comments or discussion about the draft historic preservation ordinance? And here I would suggest that we go section by section.
Actually, I did forget to add one little thing about the, which is I also had made a recommendation, and I'll just repeat it because I think it might be good to mention it, which is just that there were a couple architects that I thought might be nice to just to add to the list at the end. I thought that it's nice to have the kind of the bios of some of the significant builders and some significant architects who made a difference in San Mateo. And there were a couple. I actually had spoken with another historian, and I said, let's take a look and see if there are any other names. And I'll just mention a couple of the ones that I had on that list here. It's already been provided to the consultant and staff, but big one was Willis Polk, who is mentioned in the document, but I think it might be nice to give him a little extra attention. He designed the Episcopal Church of St. Matthew, which is obviously a very prominent local landmark. John Lyon Reed, or the firm of Reed and Terex. I am a Hillsdale High School graduate, and even if you are not a Hillsdale graduate, if you were an Aragon graduate, those are the folks you have to thank for those buildings. And they were actually, I did a whole report on those back in the day, back in high school. They were very, very fascinating experimental designs, and obviously have meant a lot to a lot of students who have grown up in the city. Hillsdale High School and Aragon High School. Julia Morgan, obviously a very big name, and we are apparently lucky enough to have several homes by her hiding around town. And John Carl Warneke, again, a lot of students will probably have been influenced by him as the original kind of master architect primary architect of College of San Mateo. And obviously that's been altered a lot, but there is, I believe, the Performing Arts Theater is one of our listed properties, at least on the California Register. So it might be worthwhile mentioning him. And then I just love this name, fantastic mid-century modern architect who did some work for David Bohannon named Mogens Mogensen.
Nice name.
And I just love saying that. Mogans Mogensen. I'd love more people to learn about him. So just leave it there.
Thank you for those suggestions. All right, why don't we go forward to the proposed ordinance? And I would suggest that we start with section 1, which is purpose and intent. So if any of my fellow commissioners have comments or recommendations in the purpose and intent section, now would be a great time. Anyone? No one?
No comments.
Great. Let's move forward to section 2, definitions. This is where I have a ton, by the way. So would anybody else like to go first with the definitions?
I think my comments aren't necessarily broken down by section. I have some broader comments.
Okay.
But we could keep going.
Yeah, let's keep going, then we'll do the broad comments at the end.
Yeah.
Anybody else for definitions? If not, I'll dive in.
I have some comments on the definitions.
Oh, great. Please.
I did send a few technical things to staff that I won't go over here. A few of them were in line with, I believe, is Mr. Elliott's comments on some ambiguities that I think will be helpful to kind of clarify that are non-substantive.
Yep.
It's still a little confusing to me why the definition of historic resources is broader than what we're actually talking about for the historic resources inventory, because it took me a while to figure out that at least listed National Register and California Register resources are not automatically included in the inventory because they are classified here as historic resources. And I don't recall seeing elsewhere where there's sort of a discussion of historic resources that would necessitate a standalone broader definition. But if I'm wrong about, like, if it is serving some function, then I think it's worth considering having that match the general plan policy to make the ordinance more consistent with the general plan policy, which has an express definition of historic resources that I think, arguably should be included in here. That's my comment on the historic resources definition. And then there is a definition for historic resources evaluations, but there is that definition is not used in the ordinance. And my sense is that it's a holdover from the section that was deleted that was intended to articulate that the planning department would conduct an HRE for projects that otherwise require one under CEQA. And I'll just flag here for when we get to it that my recommendation would be to add that provision back in for reasons we can talk about later. But if it doesn't get added back in, then I don't know what work K is doing. Historic resource evaluation definition. So those are my main non-technical comments. Probably some people think those were technical.
Does anybody else have comments on the definitions? If not, then I'll go next. So let's start at the top with A1, which says alteration major. And I noted that it references, quote, removal of a significant feature. And one of my questions to staff was, is there an industry definition of significant feature? And the answer was, I think, perhaps not exactly. And my suggestion here is that we align this with the phrase character defining feature, which appears later in the section. So there's some consistency. And I feel like character defining feature is a little bit less ambiguous. When we're making recommendations like this, question for staff, should we do a quick straw poll to see if there's consensus, or is it okay if just individually as commissioners we're throwing out recommendations?
I would suggest for this that is there a consensus to move this? Because I think maybe thinking about, all right, how does all this get documented?
Yeah.
If there is a recommendation, if there's a consensus, maybe tally a list then at the end. So
Yeah.
you will kind of do your recommendation motion,
Yep.
then your supplemental recommendations, and then you could kind of laundry list them. So maybe that's one way to kind of
Perfect.
track them over time.
Was this exact question asked earlier? Might it be worth hearing from the consultant again? Just kind of like, did we get clarification on the difference between these two things?
I did not ask it. I asked it in email, and I didn't feel like it was significant enough to bring up. But if you would like to understand why there were two different terms used, we could talk about it.
Because I think your suggestion is pretty reasonable, but I just want to see like maybe because we could talk to the authors or one of the authors here about the.
Yeah, so just for background, the response we provided is that significant feature doesn't have, I mean, there's a broad understanding, I think, within the field what that would mean, but generally it aligns with the definition we provided for character defining feature in the ordinance. So I think the suggestion's a reasonable one.
Okay, great. Do I have consensus from my fellow planning commissioners to make that change? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
And I think something like that is minor enough that we can just note that down,
Okay,
and
great.
that makes sense as a clarification to make
Perfect.
the ordinance stronger. So yeah, I think that's less policy, more just clarifying to where we have clear understanding.
Yeah. And then here's another minor one. So in A4, there is a reference to new construction on a property containing a landmark or a contributor within a historic district listed in the San Mateo Historic Resources Inventory that could affect its visual appearance. I noticed that the previous bullet points in this subsection all clarify visual appearance from the street. And so I was wondering if that was also applicable in this case, and if so, should we again make the language consistent to clarify that it's the visual appearance from the street?
Sorry, I don't have the language in front of me. So
I think we'll pull it so we can follow along. But yeah, I think for consistency that makes sense, because if the threshold is appearance from the street, then that would make sense that it carries through on all.
Yeah, because bullet points 2 and 3 all say from a street, and then 4 doesn't. And I was like, is that intentional? And if it's not, then I think it should be consistent. Cool. And then, okay, so the next thing is something that ended up causing me extreme confusion as I went through the rest of this ordinance. And I wonder if maybe I'm not the only one, and perhaps there's an opportunity here to clarify and streamline so that other people don't get confused. And that is in subsection B, subsection 3. It's the definition of minor alterations. And in subsection 3, it says, in historic districts listed in the San Mateo Historic Resources Inventory, demolition and alteration of detached garages and other accessory structures built within the period of significance on contributor properties, and new construction of such structures on any landmark, parentheses, districts and individual properties. So, if you're following along in your text at home, friends, the parentheses after landmark, districts, and individual properties led me to believe that a landmark can be a district or individual property, because this bullet point is before the definitions of the rest of those things. And so for the whole rest of the ordinance, I was just really confused about the definition of a landmark versus an individual resource versus a district. And so my suggestion would be to reword this bullet point. One, to remove those little parentheses, because I actually think you don't need it. I think what this bullet point is trying to say is that demolition and alteration of a detached garage or accessory structure built within the period of significance on a contributor property in a historic district is a minor alteration. And new construction of any such structure on a landmark is a minor alteration. But it's just, I had a really hard time parsing this bullet point.
If we go back to B,
Yeah.
it says, in no case shall minor alterations involve actions including new construction or full or partial demolition of a landmark. Examples of that include.
Yeah.
And then so then maybe I'm taking it to mean that is an example of something that would not be a minor alteration.
Well, it's a minor alteration because it's not the landmark. It's a new accessory structure on a landmark property.
Should we, I mean, we should seek additional clarification.
I mean, yeah, that's the intent, is that
Yeah.
someone could build a garage.
Yeah.
Without it being a major alteration. But the new construction would be referencing like an alteration of a new addition, which would be a major alteration in most cases, other than otherwise defined here.
So my suggestion is just to reword this bullet point, and I could maybe think about it and like follow up an email, but at a minimum, removing the parentheses after landmark, which I think caused at least me major confusion about the definition of landmark.
Yeah, I think we want to clean that up to clear that landmark doesn't include districts.
Yeah.
We have districts or landmarks. So yeah, we can include that as a technical cleanup.
Because I had like 10 questions I sent to staff about landmarks and individual resources that all become moot if you just delete that. Yeah, so that's my next one. Okay, and that's my next one. All right, I think that's everything that I had for definitions. Anybody else have anything for definitions?
No.
All right, so the next section is the San Mateo Historic Resources Inventory. Anybody got anything here?
Yes. For locally designated historic districts in B, must those be designated by resolution as well?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not sure what work C is doing here. This is what confused me, is that C says all properties listed in the National and the California registers that are designated by resolution, but that's going to be the same exact thing as all properties designated by resolution as a landmark and locally designated historic districts by resolution, because, as you explained in your presentation, properties listed in the registers don't automatically get added to the inventory unless they are locally designated.
So if I may add to that, I think the first thing is A, B, and C are all designated by resolution, I think, ultimately at the end of the day. So they should probably all say designated by resolution, or none of them. They should say designated by resolution.
Yeah.
So I think what this is trying to get at is that if it's a landmark, an individual property owner applies, they go through the process, they get approval from the Historic Resources Commission, and then I can't remember if it then goes to City Council, but ultimately it is approved and City Council passes a resolution to add it to the Historic Resources Inventory. The same process happens for historic districts ultimately, but it's just more complicated because there's this noticing and consent threshold and blah, blah, blah. Then you get to C, and this is where we were talking about that before it used to be if something was listed in the National Register of Historic Places or California Register, it would automatically get listed in the local. But I think what this is now saying is that it's not automatic, but someone has to bring a resolution. And my question was going to be, who is bringing the resolution?
Yeah.
Is it the property owner? Is it the Historic Resources Commission? Is it the council? Is it staff?
I think we're saying the same thing, and
Yeah.
I think the answer is the owner, which makes it the same as A and B.
Yeah,
right?
I think here what the intent was of this section of the code was to be able to capture all those properties which had been previously designated by virtue of resolution. And so what I'm hearing through this conversation is that perhaps this could get collapsed down to that one sentiment. And then the future designation of properties is covered later in the ordinance when it goes through the procedures for designation.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure. I think this makes sense to have, because then if people are like, I wonder what's in the inventory, they just come here and they look and they say, oh, it's all properties designated as a landmark or as a historic district pursuant to this ordinance.
Which is also included in the definition. We have a definition for the San Mateo Historic Resources Inventory.
Yeah, but this is like the thing. That I think what you suggested might work, but I also worry that you would lose some clarity. I think for me, if you just took out C, it would be saying the same exact thing and you would be fine, and it wouldn't be it wouldn't be misleading, suggesting that.
May I add something to that? So I think there's an interesting edge case here that we may want to discuss, which is that the definition of property for the National Register of Historic Places includes districts. And so there is a potential scenario where a district gets listed in the National Register, which has a different consent threshold than we're talking about here. So for the National Register, it's a opt-out. No? Okay.
So that would never occur under the way that we have the designation criteria set up for adding properties. So right now, there can be no designation by resolution under the current procedures outlined for adding properties to the San Mateo Historic Resources Inventory. So there would be no scenario where there was a district added to the National Register that could be added to the local register without the owner consent provisions that we've outlined later in the ordinance.
Okay. Even though this section says all properties designated by resolution, but the national definition of property includes district. You're saying that just wouldn't happen.
Right. This was intended to capture those two properties that are listed in the National Register of Historic Places and by virtue of that listing, the California Register, that were adopted via resolution because they have Mills Act contracts. That was the intent for including C in this portion.
I see. So it's really about specific properties today and not necessarily future properties that are designated.
Right. It was about capturing those properties that were being carried over into the inventory that is being created by virtue of this ordinance.
Got it.
Which is why I was confused.
Yeah. Could we be more specific about that and say that in that bullet point? Could we list out those properties so it's really clear that it's about those specific properties?
I think the goal was to avoid, our current ordinance lists the downtown. The goal was that an ordinance shouldn't necessarily be designating individual properties within it.
Or maybe say as of this date, properties listed as of the date of the adoption of this ordinance. I'm just worried, if we lose the historic context here, 20 years from now, people are like, what were they thinking when they wrote this? And then someone argues that it's about capturing future properties.
Right. So, my understanding is that the 3 properties that are being grandfathered in, for lack of a better term, were designated by resolution. So A and B capture that, in my opinion, past and future. They were designated by resolution.
Or perhaps,
maybe not as a landmark, I guess. Maybe that's the distinction.
So that language would have to be revised.
This sounds like a good policy recommendation for council to consider. Would be my recommendation on how, if you feel that there's that much ambiguity. I mean, I might suggest there might be more thought going into it than necessary, or if you think there's a easier way to fix it. But I would say if you have concerns, I would say include it as a policy recommendation, and then council could consider.
Perhaps we could, I don't know if this would work, but we could say the San Mateo Historic Resources Inventory is the official list of locally designated historic resources, and at its inception includes that list, if that might work.
My suggestion would be, I actually think this is very meaningful because it confused me for the rest of the time, to be honest. So whatever you think makes it clearer, but I also do think this is an important section, both past and future. So trying to capture both sentiments in this section, I think would be helpful.
Yeah, and my feedback is if C is not intended to cover future properties listed in the National Register of Historic Places or California Register, then that bullet point needs to be clearer.
Yes.
Yeah, I would just say naming properties in an ordinance could potentially become clunky later. If those properties are to be removed, then you have to do an ordinance update. So for those reasons, we try to keep things clear but not specific.
Yes, of course. That's
what I'm trying to avoid is 10 years from now, someone makes an argument that their property that they just listed in the National Register of Historic Places should be able to be added by resolution too. Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe a simple fix is for C, are designated by resolution as of the date of this ordinance?
Exactly, as of the date of this ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Go lawyers. Okay.
You're the only one who's ever said that.
Past 10 p.m. is when we start getting loopy on the Planning Commission.
I do still have comments, but like I said, they're kind
Do you
of
have? Okay, so I don't think we have any more for this section. The next section is designation criteria.
No. I just want to clarify, these are the Secretary of Interior standards, right? Just re-articulated.
No, these are designation criteria that closely align with what are used for both the National Register of Historic Places and the California Register of Historical Resources.
Oh, okay, what am I talking about? Okay, so that's right, because council said that this time they didn't want to add any additional criteria.
We did consider that, and there was broad support for that, but through the work that we did through our outreach and engagement, nothing kind of arose from those discussions that weren't already covered by these 4 things.
Right, makes sense. So just just as a comment on it, and there's nothing I'm suggesting in the ordinance itself, but what this is doing is saying properties basically meet the same exact criteria as being listed on the Historical Register or the California Register, but they won't be listed here because they have to go through the owner consent process under our ordinance. Otherwise, they're, with the caveat that things may have changed since they were listed originally on the historical registers.
There's that, and there's the opportunity for someone to designate their property only locally if they're not interested in being a national or California Register property.
Right. But for the ones listed on registers, the owner consent provision is what's keeping it being considered a local historic resource. That's it. That's the only thing, because the criteria are the same.
Yes, and we don't have automatic designation. Yeah.
Right.
I guess I would interject. I believe that you could have something that's more specific locally that may not raise to the California state level, but we could consider enough for designation here. But
things can be listed in the California Register that are significant locally. So there's a lot of flexibility for things that can be added.
Okay.
All right, is that all we had for designation criteria? Anybody have anything for eligibility requirements?
I already asked my question about it and they clarified, but just so everyone's aware that
I had the same and/or question actually.
Yeah. So the historic districts have to be at least 50 years old and otherwise meet the designation criteria, which I think is important.
So I have a policy recommendation here. I think we should add a third eligibility requirement, that the resource be visible from the street. So if you go back to the very beginning of this ordinance, it says the intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance is to promote the protection, enhancement, preservation, and use of historic resources within San Mateo, recognizing they are of economic, cultural, and aesthetic benefit to the community. It is further recognized that the economic, cultural, and aesthetic character of the city will be enhanced by honoring its heritage and ensuring that future generations can experience and appreciate it. And so my opinion is, if you have a historic resource that's behind a 10-foot tall hedge or a 10-foot tall wall or fence, how can future generations experience and appreciate it? I kind of had this, if a tree falls in the woods, did the tree exist? It's kind of thought about this. And given that the definition of major alteration references the street-facing elevation in 3 places, it just felt weird to me that we're so particular about changing the street-facing elevation when you may not even be able to see the street-facing elevation as someone walking by. So I think that City Council should consider adding a third requirement, that the resource be visible for the appreciation and experience of the community.
I'm not certain if it's necessary, simply because most of the time, we do have other code relating to fencing and front kind of things. If you're talking about plants, I'm not sure about that. You know, also if we take into consideration the fact that, you know, if we're talking about future historic districts in San Mateo, we're talking about a high threshold right now in this ordinance for ownership to be. You know,
I'm not particularly concerned about districts. I also think it's unlikely an entire district would have be hidden from view.
Tall hedges.
But yeah, I'm talking about
the Tall
like
Hedges Historic District.
a landmark, right? Like it feels weird to me to designate a landmark as historic that people can't see.
But the certificate of appropriateness contemplates design standards that will apply, and so I'm wondering if it kind of flips the order of operations to say it's not a historic resource in the first instance because you can't see it, as opposed to saying it's a historic resource, so make it visible. Meaning, could the design standards include that you can't have 12-foot hedges? So that would.
But if you already have 12-foot hedges, like what would you do? Require the certificate of appropriateness is for future work, though. It's not for designating the property as historic. It's for contemplating future work to that property.
Yeah. So I'd be in support if you wanted to propose particular standards that might be retroactive or something. I don't really know how that works, but
and I think there's some discretion here to the council to discuss it, because it could be like, well, maybe there's an existing historic 10-foot wall, right? And so we don't want to demolish the historic 10-foot wall to make it visible from the street, but maybe there's an alternative where photos and a tour video are put on a public website that people can experience, right?
Actually, if we're going to talk about landscape features, it might be worth mentioning the DeSabla Tea House as an example where, you know, we have a Japanese garden, which was laid out by the same designer who laid out the Japanese garden in Golden Gate Park, which is a part of it, at least part of its significance. And it has a fencing right now. It's not visible in a significant way from the street. It's there. You can see portions of it from the road, but it is not, you know, immediately wide open to the street. And but I mean personally, I do believe that is I think that is an example of a resource in the city, which is going to be you know, one of the first, you know, few individual resources on our inventory, which I personally feel, you know, meets certain, you know, thresholds for significance and would kind of run up against this this condition. That's a very specific example, but I'm, you know, would worry about sort of if this addition would impact that particular resource.
One suggestion I might have, if you want to consider it, maybe you make that a criteria for being a Mills Act property, that you have to be visible from the street, or maybe there could be some options, I think, to consider a resource like La Sabla. But that could be an option. So maybe
I was going to suggest it there too. So yeah, maybe that's the more appropriate place for it. Yeah. Okay.
It is also one of our 2 Mills Act properties.
Yeah. Well, and again, I don't know where the right place is to stick this, because it is a policy, but I feel like if we're going through all of this work to designate resources historic, there should be a way for the public, the community, to be able to experience all of them.
I do agree. We don't want this to be, especially for specific, like for big incentives, like going forward, tax abatement, that sort of thing. Ideally, the public should be able to derive a benefit from that resource, being able to see it from the street,
sure,
for example.
And I won't belabor the point, but the reason I had it here first and not in the Mills Act is because, like, even the process of designating a district historic, it comes at significant expense to the city and to staff time, you know? And I think Glazenwood actually does, like the community does a tour through Glazenwood every year, which is awesome. And I would love it if that was like a formal requirement, that if you're going to be designated historic, if we're going to go through this effort, that there is some way for the community to experience the properties. Okay. I think that's it for trying to move us along because we got 45 minutes.
Could I add something really quick?
Yeah.
The 45-year automatic trigger for evaluating resources, would that be something that the council might be able to look at as maybe a preliminary portion to the eligibility requirements, as having it gone under review by the automatic evaluation first and then having A and B follow it?
So I have a similar comment about including a section about or subsection that codifies in our local ordinance the CEQA requirements. I think what you're suggesting, that the CEQA requirements come into play at the permit review process, and this is before that at just the eligibility determination process. So are you thinking as like part of the application for a landmark or
Exactly.
okay. Mm-hmm.
I just brought back, I mean, were you looking to get that 2766090 section back in? Because that's kind of what was getting at the point where I believe you were highlighting, which was the eligible properties.
I think if I could, Commissioner Schramko, I think he's saying for any property that's being proposed for listing, that property should undergo the CEQA review before going through the listing process. Is that right?
Yeah, would that be appropriate
It
to
wouldn't be
have?
subject to CEQA.
Okay.
But you could do a CEQA type like review, but not subject to CEQA.
Because the CEQA review is triggered, say, when you're doing a rebuild of a property or an addition where you're altering it. The designation isn't the same as like an actual alteration to the property. So that's kind of the difference, where one would trigger it, but the other wouldn't.
I follow. Okay.
Through the chair, just point of clarification. Are you referring to a historic resource evaluation?
Yeah, just during the staff presentation, yeah, I did that. I jotted that down as there was an automatic trigger for resources that were 45 years that would automatically start an evaluation process. I was just wondering if it would be useful to have that in the eligibility requirements, having already undergone that before the rest of the requirement.
So through the chair, the actual CEQA review would only happen if there was a designated, or if there was an eligible historic resource and they were proposing changes or modifications to it. However, one of the ways that CEQA is implemented is through a historic resource evaluation, which tells if a property is eligible or not. And so while that's technically not part of CEQA, HRE or some similar documentation would be required for listing.
Okay.
That gets to basically this right here.
The nomination.
Yeah. So in order to be considered, you have to be at least that age. Then the next step would be the application review. And those materials include that HRE.
Okay, so it seems like the guardrail is already in place for this, what I'm trying to get at. And so, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, that was the procedure for designating landmarks, right? So the next section is procedure for designating historic districts. Does anyone have any? Oh, did I skip one?
I think we
Procedure for designating landmarks. All right. Yep.
Should we be making big picture comments that are applicable to multiple sections in the first section in which they are?
Made Commissioner Clafter wait till the end, but
Okay.
maybe we should go ahead.
No, I don't think it's necessary to comment on it right now, but I do have comments. I won't
Okay.
make my big picture comment yet.
Big picture comments incoming.
Yeah. I did ask, my apologies to staff, I sent them tons of questions like just yesterday, so I didn't get a chance to get answers on a few of them, and I just wanted to make sure my understanding was correct. On the owner consent in the procedure for designating landmarks, it says it can only be made by application of the property owner or property owners representing a majority or controlling interest on which the resource is located. Is that a controlling interest in the land on which the resource is? Okay, all right, just checking. And then Okay, my other two comments are answering the question section. So
Okay, great. Any other folks for this section, or should we move forward to procedure for designating landmarks?
Sure.
Or districts.
Districts?
Districts. Oh my gosh. See, it's getting late.
I'll just chime in first and say that obviously in this case, there was a lot of public comment. We got some direction from council that I think was pretty clear on this one as well, as to the thresholds and things. I think that is important to take that into account when we're looking at this, those thresholds. And I know we had some public comment about the thresholds, but I feel like council was pretty clear.
Yes, it's worth saying that for the public record that I also want to acknowledge that we had a lot of comments about the consent threshold. We also had a lot of comments about the inclusion of the eligible properties on the 1989 survey, but I felt like the direction from council is really clear, and so I don't feel the need to re-recommend anything to council that they've already provided input on.
I do think that in practical terms, the result of these thresholds is that it's very likely that there will be few to no district proposals, or they will be very challenging, or if there are district proposals, they would be significantly more compact is the word I like to use. The one advantage of compactness, of course, is that you really have to, I think in some cases it can result in a stronger district. No particular areas in mind, but that's just my thoughts on that.
I'm mindful of the late hour, but I also would say I would love to hear your perspective on the ordinance, even if it's contrary to council direction, because I feel like we have spent, as a bunch of time thinking about this and thinking about externalities and things like that, from different perspectives than whatever they're hearing. And, it's worth whether we vote on it or not, but I think it's valuable to at least say it if you're comfortable, even if we don't take a vote that's contrary to direction from them.
Or if you're addressing me.
No, both. Both of you said it.
Yes.
I intend to say things that are contrary.
Yeah.
So.
Go ahead.
Huh?
Is there anything you want to add?
No, I mean, I have my big picture things, but I think we're waiting on that. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I do have a few specific
Great.
things here. So,
Yeah.
I asked in the questions period about what it means. My big picture comment that's not about the whole thing, but is about this, is that I recognize council directed a tiered approach, but this is really onerous, even in the context of a tiered approach. So, one thing being the written certification makes sense. How else will you know that they've met the 20% support threshold? And not specifically articulating in the ordinance what that written certification looks like is also smart to give staff flexibility. But I guess my input would just be, I think you can meet what I understand council's directive to be about the 20% threshold without making the certification process like hugely burdensome. So just thinking about ways to make that process robust enough to make sure they meet it without making it unmeetable before they've even begun. And then the requirement to provide notice of the application itself, the preliminary application requires in A1 that no wait, not A1, A1B, documentation that notification of the pursuit of the application was provided to all potentially affected property owners via mailed notice. That's the first notice in the series, then there's a second by certified mail, then there's a third. I mean, if you're talking about the central neighborhood, like that could be hundreds of houses. Not good at estimating, so 500 houses. That's a financial burden that like a lot of people or even groups of people may not be able to meet in the first instance. And I'm not seeing what extra work necessarily that notice is doing if you already have to get 20% of signatures or whatever it is. And so my recommendation would be that we recommend to remove that extra notice step of the application itself, because certified notice is required for the community meeting. And you're going to have to knock on at least 50% of doors to get 20% support.
I would be supportive of that recommendation. However, I will say I was at the meeting where this was discussed, and I think the direction from council was really clear and was a response, I think, to how things had already gone in a certain situation where property owners felt like they didn't know an application was being prepared and wanted to have known that an application was being prepared. And that's where the initial notice came from. And then, of course, you have to notice for the community meeting. And then, of course, you have to do certified mail for the official vote, right? So that's how you end up with 3 notices. And so I think this is a desire to make sure that property owners don't feel blindsided again and are aware when a group of people is preparing an application for submission, so that they're not finding out about it when it's actually submitted.
I actually would like to chime in. Sometimes I think I don't have anything to say, and then I hear the excellent insights from my fellow commissioners, and I think, oh yeah, there was something else. Just kind of observations, not specifically about your suggestion, which is I think has merit, but I think there's been a lot of confusion through this whole process about what a local ordinance can do and what it does not do. Because we have this, we're establishing this local process, but there is still the state process, the federal process, and we don't really have the control over those. And I think that, I think that this is because of the conditions here, we are not likely to see too many district nominations, but that's not going to stop people from taking a path of less resistance and doing a different, like a state or a federal route potentially. And I just think it's important to mention that very clearly, because I think there's been some confusion about this whole process, like what we were actually able to control here. And then I forgot the first thing I was going to say. So,
well, I guess in the interest of moving us along, do we have at least 3 people who are willing to make the recommendation to remove the preliminary application noticing? Because I agree with you, just to get the 20% signatures, you're going to end up notifying at least half the neighborhood. So it does feel redundant to me, but I also understand that there was a lot of community input that went into having that noticing requirement be there in the first place.
I appreciate that. I didn't remember hearing specifically about the notice of the application itself. I mean, I would also be open to a recommended adjustment where the city provides the notice. I just think the financial burden is pretty substantial in light of the need for certified mail, which is even more expensive at the community meeting.
I see no problem with sending that specific recommendation back to the same council that originally was deliberating this and give them another opportunity.
I think that's fair too, to ask them, do you really want to do 3 noticing? Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Although I will say that the expense of putting together a historic district application, like in terms of hiring a consultant who can prepare the rigorous standards and bases and analyses you would need, I would expect would dwarf the mailing costs of a noticing.
That's fair. That's helpful. But we do have this great statement now too. So.
Right, that's true.
But okay.
Can I just clarify? So the recommendation is on the 3 noticing, not the certified mail or any other components of it?
Yeah,
Just
to
3.
reconsider the noticing under A1B, the documentation of notification of the pursuit of the application.
Thank you.
I do remember my other comment, which was about Glazenwood, actually. Again, with reference to this and kind of the requirements here, I do think it's kind of, there's something telling about the fact that we are, working to get that done before this ordinance comes into effect. I think I had asked a question about whether we had heard from anybody, like exactly the number of people in Glazenwood who are in support of that district. being made official. And I think the answer I had received was that we hadn't necessarily heard any objections, but we didn't have an exact count of support.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, yeah.
And I'm assuming that that'll maybe become clear at the meeting next Monday.
All right.
I mean, that's why I asked the question, because it does seem like, well, you don't want this district to go through your own ordinance, your own cumbersome ordinance. But I
could it?
Yeah, I do recall, and thank you, Zach, for clarifying that. Really, Glazenwood, it seems like perhaps actually maybe was designated at some point, and I think the city's position is that it wasn't. Not that we lost the resolution, but who knows? And so that kind of satisfied that question, that lingering sort of equity question I had.
Why don't we move along?
Yeah, good.
Okay. I'm just nervous because we're gonna have to take a vote to go past 11. We got a few more things to go through. So
okay, I have another comment in this section.
Sure.
So this goes back to my question about notifying occupants, and for me, it makes sense in certain circumstances to notify occupants because they live there, and the thing that you're trying to do there will impact them, and they have some sort of choice over. But in this case, the property owner is the one who has the veto rights or the opt-in rights, I guess, and they're the ones in the circumstances I can think of who are responsible for upkeep of the property. So I actually don't think occupants, and that could cause additional notice to additional
I agree
people.
with you, actually. Just like with the stormwater thing, when we all voted on the stormwater, it went to the property owners, right? Because it's the property owners who are going to pay the fee. So I think similarly here, to your point, it's the property owners who are going to be responsible for maintaining the property. I don't know that it needs to go to occupants. Do we have 3 for noticing just to property owners and not occupants?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Amazing. So the next one is, if we're done with designating historic districts, the next section is criteria and procedure for removing a landmark or historic district. Do we have any comments here? I do not either, so I think we could skip ahead to certificate of appropriateness. Yeah. So I think in addition to the comments that Commissioner Bush already gave about this, one thing that confused me about this is so under Historic Resources Commission review, it says no person shall demolish, construct, move, or alter any landmark or contributor within a historic district without first obtaining a certificate of appropriateness. And then it mentions that work proposed, immediately after that, work proposed for a landmark or contributor within a historic district shall be in compliance with the Secretary of the Interior standards. But I think what confused me is the section immediately above talks about demolishing, constructing, moving, or altering. Is it possible to demolish a property and be in alignment with the Secretary of the Interior standards?
No, but a request for demolition would still have to go to the Historic Resources Commission for review.
So the requirement to adhere to the Secretary of the Interior standards isn't for anything under A. It's specifically for the construction or alteration and potentially moving.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
That's accurate.
And that's just because they just wouldn't be applicable to demolition, or right?
Well, demolition could never meet the standards.
Yeah.
Right.
But I think it's in there because you want to make sure that you just want to cover that base, right? If someone does that, you can point to this and say, you didn't get your certificate. Not that you would have been able to get one, but you didn't ask us about this before you did it.
Yeah. And then we discussed this before, but I was confused by B because it allows the zoning administrator to issue the certificate of appropriateness for projects that meet the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. And A says that any work has to meet the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation. So then I wondered, why would anything ever go to the Historic Resources Commission unless it was a demolition? It seems like everything else has to meet the Secretary of the Interior standards, and then the zoning administrator is able to issue a certificate of appropriateness in that case.
Yeah, and then the answer was cases where it's very, very clear, right?
Well, we want to offer some flexibility for cases where it's very, very clear, and to acknowledge that the standards themselves are elastic in some way, and by nature they were designed that way. And so there will be certain properties with certain proposed changes where you would want that to go to Historic Resources Commission to have that discussion to hash out whether they do believe it meets the standards or not. And those other projects where it's so clear that they do meet the standards, because the work is, you know, in-kind replacement, it is has documentation from some kind of study that's supporting that. And then the zoning administrator always has the ability in the case where if there is any uncertainty on whether it meets the standards or not, to have it go to Historic Review Commission or Historic Resources Commission. Sorry, tired.
I think the explanation really helped me understand the intent. So I don't know that I have a suggestion anymore, except, you know, is there anything we can do to make that clearer without requiring the explanation?
I think that would be part of what of our support resource documents.
Okay.
We would provide clarity to kind of, for folks looking at this, what does that actually mean? And so we could, at that point, we wouldn't necessarily need to put that much language in the ordinance, but then we would elaborate it on the resource documents.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Because the definition of minor alteration includes in-kind replacements for things, so, or at least my interpretation of it does. I think that's right. Like, for example, it includes, go back up to it. Well, it includes any alteration that has been determined to have limited potential to affect the defining character, which includes any alteration determined minor by the community development director. And it includes any any demolition or removal of insignificant exterior features, including additions, windows, doors, and exterior siding material that's not original, otherwise lacking in historic integrity. It covers anything that doesn't substantially change the exterior character defining features of a landmark, including re-roofing, replicating existing or original roofing, replacement windows and doors, matching the design. So it's just not clear to me. I mean, I recognize the need for maximum flexibility, and generally appreciate that notion, but I'm concerned about sort of the vagueness of the discretion here. It does seem like a lot of discretion on top of the discretion of the CD director to determine what's a minor alteration in the first instance. Am I like, are there other, basically the way I read this is the zoning administrator can approve major alterations as long as they clearly meet the standards. And I'm just wondering, like, what's a major alteration that clearly meets the standard?
I think one of the problems is that, you know, we've really tried to provide definitions that are holistic and imagine the most common scenarios, but we can't imagine every scenario that might come forward because we don't know what the condition or significance of certain properties is going to be. So because we can't anticipate that, we were just looking for like some kind of valve to be able to release that pressure where it doesn't have to go to Historic Resources Commission when it is so clearly not being is successfully meeting the standards. Yeah. So it's a little bit of a fail-safe. You know, it's a belts and suspenders approach to it. Maybe it's not necessary, but I think that was the intent, is for us to be able to have that fail-safe.
Mm-hmm. Maybe an example based on what you just said could be like if someone had a property and they, you know, find that a significant portion of a wall or a whole wall has rotted out and they are intending to replace it as in kind or as close to in kind as they can and match exactly the appearance and everything. But they have to remove a substantial portion of the cladding on that wall. And would that would probably be a major alteration, but it wouldn't necessarily. It could be done according to the standards, and it would result in effectively the same appearance and everything, right? Would that be an example?
Right, like you're getting into major alteration territory because you have to remove potentially significant features to be able to address the underlying issue, which, you know, do you want to spend time having it go to have a certificate of appropriateness discussion at a Historic Resources Commission when it's something that could be handled at the staff level?
Yeah.
I think what might be helpful is something like, and I defer to whatever language you want, but something like, I just came up with this, like no reasonable person could find doesn't meet the standards or something like that. Like some defining, you know, like, I don't know, like that's a typical
What's
way
a
of
reasonable
framing
person?
No, that's a very like typical term you might use in something. I'm not saying that's like, I'm not saying that's the right term to use here, but I think, and I'm not the attorney. I'm just, that's like one way to kind of articulate what you're saying, which is how do you define that this clearly meets the standards? Well, it clearly meets the standards to any like experienced planning development person or what? Like just, so I don't think I have a more specific recommendation. I'm not recommending saying reasonable person, but the way that it's written is very capacious to me. And I would recommend that we recommend something a little more specific, because I think what we're ultimately doing is we're deciding where on the spectrum things should go to Historical Resource Commission and where on the spectrum things should be decided by the zoning administrator. And as written, I'm not comfortable with all the things the zoning administrator might be able to do, but as intended, I am. And so, and so I think just being clear about that would be helpful.
So what's our recommendation, though?
Good luck.
I think the recommendation is the way I articulate it is edit 0.090 B2 Romanet 2 to be more specific about to be a little more specific about the circumstances that might qualify as not requiring Historic Resources Commission review, for which no public purpose would be served by requiring Historic Resources Commission review, which I understand to mean because any reasonable Historic Resource Commission would say you can do it. So whatever it takes that would be my recommendation, be more specific on what we mean by that.
Yeah.
This is one of those areas where the subjective sort of flexibility of preservation laws sort of running up into the desire for objectivity, and I can see why the problem is coming up, you know. Yeah.
Totally. But that's not uncommon. There's a lot of subjective things that.
Yeah.
All right, I think maybe we should move on.
I don't know that we voted on that.
Oh, do we have three that would like to make that subsection more specific?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great.
Could I just add one more last thing real quick?
Yeah.
For 3E, the appeals process, is it intentional to leave it a little ambiguous for not having a timeline or a time constraint for the appeal after a disapproval? Or would it be appropriate to suggest to council to maybe include after a disapproval, you have so many days before you could appeal this?
I believe we have.
Is there a supporting document already?
Yeah. It's 10 calendar days. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Is it just 10 days?
Just 10 days.
Okay. Sorry, I did have another comment on this section.
Go for it.
Going back to the general plan, there are two general plan policies that seem like they might apply to this section. One is 5.7, which says demolition alternatives require an applicant to submit alternatives to preserve a historic resource as part of any planning application that proposes full demolition. Implement preservation methods unless health and safety requirements cannot be met, or the city council makes a finding explaining the specific reasons for and I'm just wondering if a designated historic resource cannot be preserved, requires city approval before the demolition of a historic resource. I'm just wondering whether that policy seems like it could be baked in pretty easily here, because this is the exact place where people looking to demolish their historic resource would be going for that approval. And the policy suggests that they must do a couple of different things. And I wanted to suggest that there might be a way to add a subsection specifically for demolition requests that matches the general plan policy on the issue.
And this would apply only to properties on our local resource inventory, right? So
Correct.
I think that that's a very reasonable point.
Yeah, I agree.
Great. Okay,
Good-
so
good catch.
well, and I'll just note so it's clear for everyone that, as Zach said, am I supposed to be calling you Community Development Director Zach Goodall said? Sorry.
I just call him Z.
It's 11 o'clock.
DD said,
Almost.
Director Dahl. It does say in the general plan policy, historic resources more broadly, and yes, what I'm suggesting is more specific than what the policy is suggesting, and so it's not like we can say that policy is totally done, but yeah, and then there's another general plan policy action, that talks about historic resources design standards, and it says create objective design standards for alterations to historic resources and contributors to a designated historic district, which is what we're talking about.
Yep. I think that would also be covered under design guidelines, would it not?
Yes, sorry, I'm not done.
Oh, sorry.
I think that's covered in the ordinance. And that says, and new development adjacent to historic resources within historic districts. And so what I'm reading that to mean is also non-contributing resources in designated historic districts. And I'm wondering, in order to meet the call of that action, it says use the Secretary of Interior standards, as we've done. I'm wondering whether there's an opportunity here to meet the call for that action as well by saying something here about the applicability to non-contributing resources in designated historic districts, which is what I understand the general plan action to be suggesting.
I think the tricky bit here is that the general plan is suggesting that you need some design guidelines so that you can't go crazy on a non-contributing property that is adjacent to a contributing property. But without having those guidelines already in place, I'm not sure what to specify. Because I think saying that they have to conform to the Secretary of Interior design standards is wrong.
Yeah.
So what do we say here without those guidelines not existing yet?
Yeah, I don't know. And then it would make complete sense if this is something that's peeled off later. Yeah.
I see this as kind of a standalone effort where it's actually, I think it's a broader thing where you're actually developing objective design standards for historic properties as well as adjacent ones. So there's a whole effort that would go into developing those ODS before they could be applicable. And I just like it. I mean, there's a number of ODS efforts that the city has on its to-do list.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know where this one falls in that mix, but I would see this as a standalone effort that I don't know that we would want to reference until we actually did the work.
Yeah, I think maybe when you do those design guidelines, then you come back and you update 27.66.10 to incorporate them.
I guess that makes complete sense to me. But if the purpose of the general plan action is to preserve certain features of adjacent properties, and there's an indication that that's going to wait 5 years to do, I'm wondering if there's a perverse incentive here to make your upgrades in the next 3 years until we do it, and if there's any way, if you could incorporate something like that into the ordinance now, saying, design standards when they're, when they're approved or something, then it might at least be clear to folks, there might, especially in light of what we might talk about in the enforcement section, that you can't just go changing everything now, knowing that, our plan is to eventually require you to do things. I think it sounds like me articulating out loud, it sounds like too much to bite off right now, but I think it's worth thinking about, she says to the ether.
There are some.
Through the chair, just noting that it's
Yes.
almost 10:50. You might want to.
We do need to take a vote to continue past 11.
I have a hard stop at 11 for family reasons. I don't know if that's going to put us in a tabling situation.
I have a number of comments that I feel are very important for me to.
I also
communicate.
have a lot of comments
Can we-
about the
can-
Mills
can we
Act.
take just a brief recess and I can make some accommodations real quick?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Why don't we take a 5-minute break? Yep.
Through the chair,
think we have
the
to
commission
vote
will
to
need a motion to vote before 11 p.m. to extend the time.
And by how long?
By what?
By how long? We
Can,
usually
can we break for 5 minutes so you can make a call and then we can come back and talk about it? Yeah.
Yeah. No, how long you want to extend? An hour?
Yeah, but then.
Yeah.
Through the chair, we're ready to begin.
Okay, can we have a vote on continuing this meeting to midnight?
I make a motion to continue meeting to midnight. Is that what we do?
Yes,
Second.
great.
The other option is that we would continue, but
Yes.
date.
I think we can wrap this up in an hour. I am optimistic.
All right. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we needed a roll call vote. Can we just affirmatively? Okay, yeah, we're all in agreement?
Okay.
All right, let's keep going.
All right.
We were at design guidelines. Does anyone have any more comments on the design guidelines?
I had just been about to say, there is that question, I think, which Commissioner Bush mentioned about the sort of gap right now. But I have like, I don't know if we can,
The CEQA thing? Is that what you're talking about?
on the design guidelines and the policy, was it CD
Oh, for
5.12?
For properties adjacent to contributor properties in historic districts.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we can. I don't know if we can like direct people to someone else's documentation or something like that. But I know I've seen very good sort of style guidelines, historic style guidelines, like from the city of Santa Barbara, for instance, and which I think would be really instructive to at least look at, to inform our own, or to, kind of,
I think that could be a topic for when those design guidelines happen.
Yeah.
But in the interest of time, I would try to move us forward to the next section,
Yes.
which are incentives for preserving historic resources.
Yes.
Does anyone have any comments on that section? I do not.
I certainly do.
You do?
I have quite a few.
Okay, then why don't you go ahead?
I have quite a few. Yes, this is kind of the big thing for me because, I'm just going to use this as an opportunity to talk about some of the bigger things.
Totally. And I would just, again, we're going to try to get through the rest of this and the Mills Act in an hour.
Yes,
So
yes, but
I would try to just.
Very important for me.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, absolutely.
I'll try and be as quick about it as possible. But basically, I think for me, the thing about the incentives is looking at the structure of the ordinance overall. Owner consent is kind of what everything revolves around in terms of taking actions here and getting things listed. And the challenge right now is that I feel like the incentives that we currently have are not necessarily going to be strong enough. I mean, one of the other things about the Mills Act, because I had asked a question and you can reconfirm that, but I think I had asked if the Mills Act contracts are technically available to people who are just applying for technically available for people who are just on the California register. Is that correct?
We would need a local designation as part of our local program. That's a requirement, or that's a recommended requirement. I believe it's an original requirement. We would keep that.
It needs to be a local reg. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Even that being the case, the thing about the Mills Act, of course, is that that's up to the discretion of the city council. In light of the fact that there's been a lot of discussion lately about, Mills Act contracts and the impact of that tax abatement on, local budgets. And there's, I know there's been some controversy about that in Redwood City, San Diego, other cities across the state. I'm just concerned about how realistic that is. If a property owner is, looking at this as something that they would want to do, they're going to say, okay, well, how likely am I to get a Mills Act contract? And we're also with the fact that we're limiting that to 2 per year. And then our other specific incentive that we have is the State Historic Building Code. And that one is one I think that is, obviously we'll have some documentation about that. We'll be able to talk about that. We could have something which is really explain, like, here's what you can do with this. But I think that's, the kind of thing that's very difficult for people to like, are they going to enter into, are they going to be interested in being on our resource inventory specifically to get access to that? I'm not sure, because it's kind of difficult, for people sometimes to really say, okay, how am I going to use the code? Code is often very complex. And so as an incentive, I'm just not really sure how strong that one is either. And then we have this, line saying additional incentives. My concern there is, of course, I talked about, when are we coming back to this topic? I don't know that we're coming back to this topic anytime soon.
So is your concern that there aren't strong enough incentives? And if so, do you have specific incentives you would suggest?
Well, yeah. I mean, I was doing a lot of research looking at, of my own research. I was like, okay, what kind of other incentives are available in other cities? One of the ones which I noticed is available in a number of cities is they will, when you go through this process and you have to get a certificate of appropriateness and you're doing these things, there are often fees associated with that. So there are a number of cities, including in the Bay Area, that waive fees for certain administrative actions that result from being on the register. And there are other things too where you can get even more creative, right? I'm just trying to find ways to get people to want to participate in this program, because my concern right now is that the incentives are not there to do that. And with the incentives not being there, I worry whether it's really meeting our policy goals.
Sure. I just think that right now we have to make a recommendation, right, for what to do. So if you have specific incentives you want to offer, or if you want to recommend that staff look at additional incentives. The problem is right now, is I have, some examples in other cities, but I think that now, but I think because we're not, this is not likely to come up again for a while. I think the way to go would be, instead of saying, city council may authorize as appropriate, they are not going to know what their options are. I would love to see some additional, incentives at this point in time to make this program a little bit more attractive so that it may actually be utilized. And if that means, that maybe some options are presented to council, maybe a couple different things again yes.
Maybe that's a task as assigned to the newly created Historic Resources Commission.
That's a great idea. Then the question is that something that we need to specify right now, or is that something that would be...
Why don't we make a recommendation to suggest that that council consider having the Historic Resources Commission look at additional incentives as soon as possible?
Yeah, you could kind of do a twofold, say that highlight that there should be additional incentives explored, and then that could be a task for the newly created Historic Resources Commission.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Sounds great to me.
The last thing I really do want to, I'm sorry, I want to get these things out. The last thing I wanted to say was one of the things which is specifically mentioned under Action CD 5.11 is the possibility of establishing a transfer development rights program. That would be a very complicated and I think I talked about this when I had to ask some questions of staff prior to the meeting. I was doing some additional research that it's a very complicated topic that would require additional study. But from what I was reading, something like that would have the potential to be a very powerful tool to promote preservation at the same time that it could promote more ordered development in areas in areas with a lot of historic resources. In particular, I think that it is something that could actually mesh very well with incoming state laws like SB 79. I see potential there, and it would advance something which I feel is important, which is finding ways to make preservation work more in harmony with our other development goals and other citywide goals. And so if the Historic Preservation Commission had an opportunity to look at that possibility as well as other incentives, I think that would be a really good use of the new commission's time.
Okay. I'm on board with that.
So I think the specific ask would maybe be to have council direct that upon the creation of the new commission, that one of their first tasks would be to investigate additional incentives, including a possible TDR program.
Yeah, and I just want to echo that I also don't think this ordinance is going to have any impact whatsoever until those new incentives or additional incentives are added. So, you know, if there's support from the commission, I would suggest we include a sort of suggestion of urgency. I suggest a recommendation make clear that we think probably the ordinance as written won't be effective without them.
You mean it won't be effective in attracting more property owners to the program?
Yes, I think that's where I am. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you have any more comments on that section, or should we move forward to the
I'll
next
save
one?
the rest for later.
Okay, great. Next section is the duty to keep in good repair. Does anyone have any comments on that one?
I had a question that I asked the staff that I hadn't got an answer on yet, which is when it says that when it has the term. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the section. The owner of a resource listed in the inventory shall keep in good repair. I think that's intended to mean the owner of a landmark or a contributor in a district. Or is it intended to only apply to landmarks? Or is it intended to apply to landmarks, contributors, and non-contributors?
I think the goal would be at anything covered by this ordinance.
Yeah, I think that's accurate.
Okay, so landmarks and contributors. So I think
Yes,
that
that's right.
language is could be cleared up because
I think that's a good
resources-
suggestion.
Again, I don't think that's like a council suggestion. That was
Yeah.
just I wanted to make sure I understood what the intent was.
Okay, enforcements and penalties.
Yeah, so go ahead.
It's instead of resource listed that we say landmark and contributor.
My only question on that is, given the should we say historic resource as in subsection J? Because it could be any part, object, structure, site, like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, should we say the owner of a historic resource as defined in subsection J?
Or land, right. Is that what you're, I'm sorry.
No, hold on, I'm just looking back at it.
Which specific thing?
My understanding was that the term historic resource as defined is intended to be broader than resources listed on the inventory. And so my understanding.
We want it to be, this is applicable to designated resources.
Got it, sorry. Okay.
But even for the things listed in the historic resources inventory, I think the point is there are landmarks, there are districts, and those districts have contributors and non-contributors. And so who exactly, like, does a non-contributor have to keep their property in a good repair?
No, it's just landmarks and contributors.
So I think that's the part we want to clarify. Yeah.
Oh, I have comments on the enforcement section, but
Go for it.
Okay, so there were a lot of comments about the lack of enforcement mechanisms, and I tend to agree. I think there's two pieces of the ordinance, right? Which is the first is designating, and the second is getting a certificate of appropriateness, which we can, for all intents and purposes, consider to be a permit before work. And so, what I would typically expect to see here would be penalties related to both processes. So penalties related to, for example, submitting false information in support of an application to be designated, penalties for obstructing applicants in some way, whatever, burning their mail or whatever it is, I don't know, burning the mailed notices, and then penalties related to performing work or not seeking permits in the circumstances in which you should, and those would be the typical administrative fines that.
Or not keeping your property in good
Or not
good condition.
exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd say like fines for violations of this chapter or something like that, but that might not be exactly applicable to some of it. But I do think even if there are administrative fines for typical code enforcement violations, like I don't know, installing a water heater without a permit or whatever, it's worth thinking about whether there should be greater or more frequent fines for actions taken on historic resources that may not be fixable. And I think that would be an important thing to be thinking about when we're thinking about penalties to dissuade folks from, because they're public resources in some ways as opposed to, private resources like just your home when you do something without a permit, that there should be maybe even stricter penalties for not following the processes. Understanding that those stricter penalties are also would dissuade listing, but I do think having a robust penalty system makes a lot of sense in light of the fact we're talking about things that we don't want to lose and can't afford to lose. So the two things I said about application submissions, but I guess my real suggestion is just trying to make this enforcement and penalty section consistent with other penalties that are used in the San Mateo City Code, with the understanding, I think maybe even more greater fines might make sense in this context. But I'm not going to suggest specific penalties because I do think consistency across the code makes sense.
So I guess your recommendation would be to strengthen the enforcement penalty section.
Yeah, I guess I would say ensure that there are fines associated with this, and maybe they're in a different chapter or whatever, but there should be fines for violations, and I would recommend that council consider those fines being greater than the typical fine if that's allowed.
There's a bigger effort involved to change our administrative citations. We do have a reference to chapter 7.14, which does, that's the property maintenance code. So I think there's a bigger issue if we're going to change our penalty fee structure that would need to go on, but we could apply our penalty fee structure to make sure it includes this ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a good start.
Yes, and I would recommend council consider whether to go through the
effort,
which I know requires different notice and all that stuff.
I'd also say that, one of the things at the end there, violation penalty, seeking injunctive relief to restrain or enjoin or to cause the correction or removal of any violation, that can also be having to undo something substantial, can represent a significant penalty in itself.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it's just a lot of city resources to file a lawsuit to enjoin someone to do something.
That's
so
true.
Having the kind of interim penalties, I think, is helpful.
Did you have any comments on this
That's it.
section?
No,
Nope.
that's it.
Okay.
So is there a majority in support of that recommendation?
Yes. All right. So I think the remaining sections we can do together, which is environmental determination, severability, publication.
That's standard ordinance language.
Anybody? No? Are we good?
Yep.
The boilerplate looks great.
Great.
Yep.
You said you had some general comments you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I just and it comes back to the incentives thing just a little bit, which I don't need to repeat myself there.
Okay.
But I just feel like, in order to properly advance this general plan goal, we want people to be actively choosing to participate. We want to make this something that is not creating new burdens for them, or if it is creating a new you know, like for instance, if they have to now be getting a certificate of appropriateness, that there's a sufficient offset for that plus a little more. Otherwise, I'm just not sure that I'm seeing a lot of people participating in our local program. And obviously this evening I just learned, well, you know, we also have a lot of potential. I mean, and it's just my opinion. What I think would be considered eligible resources in areas which are going to be seeing substantial development potential in the future, and I would hate to see those go without some acknowledgement or some ability for like some opportunities afforded to those people to find a different way to achieve the economic goals that they want from their property, while also, you know, protecting that history, which is why I think some other incentives, you know, are so crucial there. On that same note, you know, the survey question, I think, you know, is interesting to me because, you know, we're saying, okay, no survey. One of the biggest complaints that I have often seen about how preservation often is handled is someone will go to do something, you know, they'll say, well, I think I'm going to do a project with this property. I'm going to make some change. I'm going to tear it down. I'm going to build something bigger. And a preservation advocate will come out late in the process and say, that is the home of the first female council member on the San Mateo City Council. And we've all known about that forever. And the common response to that is, well, you know, that should have been documented already. That should have been recorded somewhere. That should have been available for people to know in advance. It's more orderly to have this information laid out beforehand so that everyone understands what's going on. So instead, we're saying we're not going to do that. We're going to potentially do this piecemeal, which is kind of going to perpetuate that, what I see as a problem. At the same time, obviously, again, you know, if we're going to say, okay, this is an eligible resource and it might be, you know, now subject to additional burdens, there needs to be an offset for that. So, you know, and it is another action in our general plan here, 5.1 historic resources survey. So I understand that there may not be an appetite for this now, but I'm sort of suggesting that that might be reconsidered or paired with some other things, again, to offset any additional burdens that might pose, or just to, you know, find some other way to document things so that we are not, you know, ending up in that situation where we are reviewing a project and people are coming out, you know, late in the process and you know, voicing objections. I'd rather, you know, kind of, that's the benefit of a context statement too, is to say, okay, this is the history, right? This is now sort of objective and to a certain degree. We understand what's, you know, what kinds of things might have significance. So I'm just sort of on the fence overall because like I said, it's not so much what's in the ordinance, it's the things that I think it needs to add or need to be added to it. And that's just kind of left me sort of, you know, on the fence, because I feel like if these things can be, if council is willing to consider these additions, if they're willing to consider, you know, these other things, I think it can become something that will actually satisfy this general plan goal and can actually be effective. But I worry that right now it's just going to sit on a shelf.
Any other general comments about the ordinance? Commissioner Bush?
I was trying to make space. Commissioner Schramko, do you have anything?
No.
Okay. Yes, I have a few more proposed recommendations that I think are bigger
Okay.
picture, but I'm going to do them in the context of my comments. So on the CEQA review process, so as Director Dahl described in his presentation, under CEQA, properties that are over a certain age are required to be sort of at least given a first blush review as to their historic significance. And the planning department has the discretion to then determine what kind of rises to the level, or will be creating criteria for determining what rises to the level of needing further review as an eligible historic resource, for lack of a better term. And so CEQA has baked into it this process of reviewing the eligibility, the historical significance of a lot of properties that do not qualify for our historical ordinance here. And I feel like there's a lot of misunderstanding, myself included, about that. Including in the presentation, we saw that there would be no review of the historical significance of properties absent this ordinance, which is not correct in light of CEQA. But then we talked about the exceptions or the exemptions to CEQA that have now been passed at the state level. And so my concern is that fail-safe of either a first blush or a deeper CEQA analysis is going to be lost for a lot of properties in and around our downtown district, close to transportation, and in our central district, where we already know that there's historic properties. And so my recommendation would be that we add back in something of the ilk that was in the original draft, or one of the earlier drafts, that gives the development director, independent from CEQA, the ability to kind of think about the historical significance of certain resources. Because then even if CEQA doesn't apply, there's still someone thinking about whether they're historically significant. Now that I'm seeing this, I'm seeing that it says the historic resource evaluation would inform the adoption of the appropriate environmental determination pursuant to CEQA. My recommendation is that it doesn't necessarily have to be in pursuit of CEQA, because otherwise we're not doing this for, potentially a broad swath of our historic resources.
So I'm going to ask you, because you're a lawyer.
I'm not the lawyer, though.
I know that the Less Red Tape organization had a lot of objections to that section, and their lawyers sent several comments in about it. There is, in the packet, that is the community outreach and engagement summary, has those letters. I would say we're running out of time here, but there's a letter dated February 11th that is 3 pages long that enumerates all of their concerns with that section. And they're particularly concerned that that section undermines the consent criteria. I am not a lawyer. You're a lawyer.
Well, I don't even think
Have you read this? Because I
did not read all 278 pages of the...
Okay, before we put this back in, I wouldn't want to make that decision lightly. I would want to make sure that we understand the concerns that are presented in this letter, and we're making an informed decision to recommend putting it back in.
Sorry if I could just chime in. I mean, my whole feeling on this, my whole feeling about the incentives thing has been informed. I've been thinking about not just the general plan, but also the very specific direction from council about consent, about owner consent. My whole thing has been thinking about, okay, how do we incentivize people to participate, right? I appreciate that. I'm not entirely opposed either to the idea of finding ways to properly identify the most significant individual properties that might be in these older parts of town in particular. But I do feel it's very important to respect this owner consent thing. So I've been trying to think about ways, how do we do this while maintaining that? And that's why I've been sort of thinking about the incentives trying to find ways to and getting that in place as soon as possible to try and incentivize some of the people in those development areas to participate in something or voluntarily join something or without having to necessarily put back in that provision which was removed, because again, I know that's going to be that's going to be something which is really could be contentious. I could anticipate that council might not be supportive of that proposal. So if we were to put something back in that was something like that, I think it would have to be a lot more prescribed.
There's no, I guess, so I haven't read that letter. That makes sense. And I guess in the interest of time, I don't necessarily, I guess, need to respond with my opinion, like about, but I mean, there's no doubt that if the concern is that it interferes with owner consent, CEQA is already doing that. So the issue then is that it interferes with owner consent in the context where there's otherwise a CEQA exemption. And so, yes, I think that's probably accurate. It interferes with owner consent on a policy level, not a legal level, like because it is saying certain properties that have not consented have to undergo, have to be evaluated. So, okay, that makes sense. You're saying it's contrary to what the council has already sort of rejected, which is fine.
I think we could just restate again, there was the discussion of those properties in the SB 79 areas, which would be potentially exempted from CEQA review. But I think it's a little more than that, right? Because it's also that if they're not specifically on a local, if they're not on our local resource inventory, they would not have any specific protections. Is that also correct?
Yeah, for SB 79, it sounds like as of January 1 of this year, if you were not listed.
2025.
Oh, 25. Okay, so that's
yeah, it's backdated, right? So then if we were to say even if there was a survey and there was a determination of eligibility, the determination of eligibility under CEQA would not itself grant any protections, is my understanding. Okay, yeah. So
yeah, it'd have to be listed.
Yeah, which is again why I'm like, okay, well, how do I incentivize? If I want to protect these things, how do I incentivize that? And it has to be a really good incentive to try and protect those properties. It has to be something that offsets the potential economic loss of development rights, essentially. Yeah.
Right. And just to make express what is that having to go through CEQA anyways incentivizes you to go through the ordinance process.
I don't think it does.
Oh yeah, no, it definitely does. If you have to go through a historical review evaluation anyways, then why not? Then why not get designated under the ordinance so you can at least take advantage of the incentives of the ordinance?
If the incentives are good enough.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yes. No, what I'm saying is in alignment with what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
I agree.
yes.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, I have another comment.
Okay.
So my recommendation was rejected a long time ago, it sounds like. Commissioner Clafter had concerns about not having a historic resources survey performed again now. There were a lot of concerns from public comment about not having the 1989 historic resources, eligible resources listed automatically in the inventory, wondering if there's a smaller scale historic resources survey that could be done just on the things we already know were once found eligible. If the concern is the time and money, et cetera, to do a historic resources survey, maybe there's a way to have a more confined version that kind of speaks to the concerns of the commenters who are like, we already know these things are historic. What are we doing? Why aren't they in our inventory? Why would these property owners opt in right now with a lack of incentive? While also recognizing council doesn't want to do a big old thing with a lot of money and stuff.
My brain is getting a little fuzzy. So let me ask a clarifying question. If we were to do a new survey and we found some number of properties that were eligible for historic designation, those property owners would still have to choose to submit an application, right? So it's not as simple as do a survey, we find 200 eligible properties, and they all immediately go on.
Yeah, no,
the
I
resources
didn't mean
inventory.
I didn't mean to suggest that it was.
I didn't mean, yeah, I guess I kind of felt that way from the public comments. Like it was like, just put these 200 things back on, but I'm saying it's not that simple. Like all those property owners have to engage in the process.
It's not that simple under the ordinance of, as
It's also and again it's not as simple under incoming state legislation.
Yeah.
Where CEQA would no longer apply within a certain distance of what is the historical center of our city. So the survey by itself would identify the benefit of a survey would be to identify people who could be then approached, and they would say, well, do you want to be on our historic resource inventory? And then they would say, what's in it for me to do that?
Right.
How much
it
is
would
this gonna
be
cost?
it would do some of this work for them, I think is the point.
That comes back to the incentives.
I don't really know exactly how historical resource surveys work, so I don't know if it is typical to do it for like a subset of resources, or if you do it for like a proposed neighborhood or something.
Yeah, it depends. Survey efforts can be city-led, they can be community-led. It happens all kinds of different ways.
Okay.
There's nothing in this ordinance that disallows people from conducting a survey if they
Right.
want to.
So I mean, it could be a way for the city to take on a cost that would otherwise be incumbent on the owner of these resources we already know at one point were eligible, further incentivizing the owner to like come to the table with the caveat that the current incentives may not.
It is
get them
also
to
a
join.
potential incentive.
Yeah.
Though I recognize, and I'm always trying to do my balancing act here. I recognize that there are homeowners who might be involved and would find themselves, having a determination of eligibility. And I think that's where the concern came from. I don't know that I agree with that, but I having been to the council meetings and seen the deliberations and followed all of this for quite some time, that is, I think, the rationale about not doing a survey and not including that.
But the determination of eligibility means literally nothing, because eligible properties under our local ordinance, under the inventory, aren't added to the inventory. All it means, I guess, is that you definitely do CEQA, but you're gonna be doing CEQA review for those anyways. So I'm not sure what's the actual downside of being considered eligible when you still have to opt in to be listed.
Is there a recommendation here for council to do a survey? Like, I guess I'm trying to figure out, what are we asking?
Yeah,
them?
I mean, I was wondering if it was a good idea, middle ground solution, to suggest that they do a survey on the properties that have been
like to resurvey the properties that were already deemed
correct
eligible.
Correct, because I think there's genuine concern that we know these are historical, and we have chosen not to include the 1989 properties for good reason. I understand, because it's not a recent survey.
Perhaps, and this is just coming to me. Perhaps the way we structure this is, again, we are spinning up a historic resources commission. Perhaps we could recommend that this be an additional, that again, the fleshing out of this be something that they could be another task that they kind of start to work on.
I mean, I believe Director Dahl said, like, step 1 is get this ordinance passed, and then step 2 is do the surveys. So it sounds like some amount of surveys are coming down the roadmap anyway, right?
I didn't know that.
I don't know that would be
Oh, okay.
I think with all the priorities on the city's to-do list right now, policy-wise, I don't know that surveys are happening anytime soon, and they are relatively expensive to get done. They're resource intensive. So
I think, Commissioner Bush, you could say, we recommend that you prioritize resurveying these 200 properties. I think that's about as much as we can do.
That's fine. I don't even know that I don't know enough about historic resource surveys to even, I have no idea what they cost. I guess I was just trying to say that it doesn't have to be all or nothing. And if you're trying to appease some of the folks who are really concerned about losing our historic resources, one way to do that might be to do a confined historic resource survey of the things that they're most adamantly concerned about. I mean, so is my recommendation is, like, think about whether a historic resource survey that is limited to those 200 properties might make sense after we pass this ordinance.
I mean, certainly for
I
me,
would second that recommendation.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say for me it's not. It's less about appeasement than it is about like. I mean, I certainly have a genuine interest in. There's there's a handful of things that I can think of off the top of my head that I would love to see properly documented, and it's not. It's out of interest for the history. Genuine history, which connects back to our context statement, not things that I'm, personally a fan of. Things which we already have some basis to say, like, this is something which may be of significance, and it would be good to use the context statement partly as it was intended, as this document is intended to be used, and continue that second part of the work essentially in some capacity.
Okay.
Yeah. And I meant appeasement as a shorthand of satisfying the desires of.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah.
All right. Any more comments on the ordinance?
All right. This is a clear council direction. I don't think there should be a standalone Historic Resources Commission. I think the Planning Commission should be handling it for a couple of reasons. The only articulated rationale that I heard at the City Council meeting, although it's become clear that I haven't watched all the things that you have watched, was that our workload is too great. The staff's recommendation was for it to be the Planning Commission.
Yep.
I do not believe, as a planning commissioner, as one of the two newest planning commissioners, that our workload is too great. I know that there are a lot of development applications coming down the pike, but the required review of those is significantly more streamlined in light of a lot of these new laws we're talking about. Two, it's a less, I think I'm correct in saying, and one of the reasons it was suggested is less resources dedicated to standing up a new commission, training them, dedicating staff to them, having different meeting times, and yada, yada, yada. And third, and perhaps more importantly to me, I am of a genuinely concerned that the people who would be interested in joining it will come to the commission with particular views in mind. And given the subjectivity, as I hear it, of the standards, I worry that the folks who are most ardently on one side or the other are the ones who are going to apply and be on the commission. And I think most people aren't applying to the Planning Commission in hopes of making historical resource designation. I certainly did not apply for that. Maybe one of us did. But I just think there's a lot of reasons for it to be us. And my understanding is that originally council was suggesting that it be maybe not us, but not a standalone, a new commission. And so, sorry to waste time to talk about things that are contrary to council direction, but given that they've made a choice that I'll describe very kindly as paternalistic for us, so to protect us from the workload, I think it might be fruitful for us to tell them that we don't think it's too much work for us, if other people feel that way as well.
I agree with everything you just said, and I will add some additional concerns that you didn't mention. One concern I have is just finding enough qualified people to be both on the Planning Commission and the Historic Resources Commission, because as you can see, we have some people like what's Adam going to do? Like, are we going to boot him to the Historic Resources Commission? Because like he's the most qualified person I can think of in the city to be on that commission, right? So when I think about trying to find 10 people in the city that have some level of professional expertise in this area, I worry that we won't be able to. And then the other thing I'm honestly worried about is that we will put the investment to stand up a new commission, which is not nothing, right? I think somebody went and looked at like how much we spend every year on all the commissions. It's like $50,000 per commission or something. Right. But we have 3 properties that are on our inventory right now. And I could certainly imagine we go 4 years before any of those property owners want to do any work and need a certificate of appropriateness.
We would
all
also
of them
have-
might be granted by the zoning administrator. So you put in all the money and time to stand up a commission that may not actually see anything more often than once every 5 years.
We would also have, sorry.
I'll just add one more thought to that. Like I could imagine literally an entire application, 4-year application term going by, right? And that group not even meeting. And so you've done all this work to stand it up.
The oversight body, I shouldn't say we, the oversight body would also be looking at major alterations and projects in the potentially two districts, and I think also might end up having to do some oversight over any National Register districts. Am I correct in that? It would those anything there might end up going to them?
Not National Register District, just those that were adopted or designated locally, but you would also make recommendations on designation applications.
Okay, so if there were to be a National Register district, like who ends up overseeing those?
There would be no local oversight.
Oh, so it would have to go to like Sacramento.
Well, there's no being listed in the National Register is largely honorific.
Okay.
So there really is no oversight to be had.
I think that's also something that I think a lot of people haven't understood. Okay, well, but yes, I echo the comments about questioning the necessity of having an entirely separate commission, given the relatively small number of properties involved, given the fact that we may not see too many applications right now, which is like my other concern. Perhaps that money also might be better put towards survey work or some other type of preservation goal and policy goal. And it could be anything else that the city has in the general plan that we want to do. And I also think, from my own experience, last year certainly we met very infrequently. Do we need to? Okay.
We might need to take another vote soon.
Oh, okay. I'll wrap up very quickly. Last year we met very infrequently. Echo the comments about the streamlined, kind of Housing Accountability Act projects that we're seeing. I think that, I just want to say this about my fellow commissioners and anyone else that might serve on this commission. I have full faith in the kinds of people who participate in this process to uphold their responsibilities of fairness and full review. I think this meeting is a good demonstration of the care and attention that everyone here tonight has shown to this topic, and that I know will show to anything that would come in front of us.
All right, so it sounds like we want to make a recommendation to the city council to reconsider standing up a new commission.
Yes.
Okay, great.
With expressly telling them that we don't think it's too much work for us.
Yes.
I have one final comment, and I hope you'll indulge me at this very late hour, but I just feel compelled to say I personally think the decision to go with only owner consent is a mistake, and I know that that's the directive, and I don't want to say too much about it, but this is a public resources issue, and the city itself doesn't have any opportunity to list or even go through any sort of process to recommend the listing or delisting of what is essentially a public resource. And if you look at public resources like across the spectrum, water, parks, like easements on land, like there's always some, the government body has some ability to make decisions or at least propose something to somebody. And I'm genuinely concerned about our public resources particularly when I'm not talking about single family homes necessarily or districts, which I know have gotten a lot of attention, but like developers who are like, although that like single family homes are being bought up by corporations who don't care at all about our city, that developments in downtown are being like burned and churned. And it's like, if the city can't step in and do anything, there are certain property owners who you can't incentivize them enough, or we're not going to create an ordinance that incentivizes them enough to preserve some of our historic resources. And so I just wanted to make sure to say that, even though I know we're not going to like vote to recommend contrary, but yeah, I think it's a real, I think it makes complete sense not to let third parties who are not us recommend it, which is part of what happened in this, what else is going on, but for the city not to have any ability to participate, I think is very concerning for me.
I echo that. I appreciate when government has flexibility to act, even if that ability to act is strictly defined, as long as there are pathways. So I feel that I echo that. I think not having that tool in the future may be something that is regretted. It's hard to say right now.
Thank you for giving me a minute. So.
Of course. I think maybe we should make another motion to extend this meeting to 12:30. I don't think it will take that long, but I think we should make the motion before we run out of time.
Motion to extend to 12:30. 12:30 tomorrow afternoon, or
Please no.
all right, 12:30 a.m.
Okay, I'm in agreement with
second.
that.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Any other comments about the ordinance, or should we move forward to the Draft Mills Act update?
Oh my gosh, I forgot about the Mills Act.
I know, that's why I was trying to rush us.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry.
I thought we were done.
Nope. One more. Does anyone have comments on it? Let's start there.
I think we've covered a lot of it already in other comments. I think it kind of ties into some of these other things. It's one of the incentives, so I already talked about it extensively, and I think that's all I have to say.
Amazing.
Yeah, my comment is just I don't feel like I have enough information to contextualize the 2 contracts per year. Like that seems low to me in light of the fact that these surveys only last 5 years. So if we were to do a survey of, like, let's say the 200 resources in the 1989 survey, then we can only give a Mills Act contract to however many, 10 of them before before the survey becomes outdated in some ways. So that's my only I don't have a recommendation because I don't feel like I have enough context for that number. I could see council choosing a general fund amount instead, but I heard that there were some issues with that. But I guess my recommendation would be more to staff to have a little bit more data on the choosing 2 contracts for the council to consider.
Mills Act's been around since the 70s, I want to say.
I have many recommendations. If I should just start going through them. Okay.
That was my only one.
I was just going to answer the question. Mills Act's been around since the 70s, and at least we only had 3, now 2 active contracts in San Mateo. So in terms of frequency here.
Yeah, but now we're going to have a historic resources inventory where, and then if we have the survey and people add, but yeah, whether it results in, but anyways.
Yeah.
So, okay. There has been a fair amount of news coverage recently about jurisdictions suspending their Mills Act programs. Most recently, Redwood City and Berkeley have done so. And so, effectively, the reason that this was happening in these other jurisdictions is because people were starting to look into it and realize that these programs weren't being used as advertised. So in Redwood City, they have 41 Mills Act properties. There is a property that was a $5 million property that had saved $350,000 in property taxes over 10 years, and then, wasn't really doing any work for it. 80% of the properties submitted their annual maintenance reports, but did put things on the maintenance reports, like either put blank or put like cleaning lint out of dryer trap, or checking and replacing smoke detectors, which are not things that are furthering the historic character and preservation of the property. So that was what led Redwood City to suspend their contracts. And I think if we're going to lose 11% of the property tax on these properties, we should make sure that we're ensuring that they are actually using the money to preserve or enhance the historic character of the properties, and not just be, a property tax discount program for the people who realize that it can be used that way. So I really want to make sure that Mills Act contracts are being used to enhance the history and equity by using public money to beautify and preserve San Mateo's most vital historic properties. And specifically, I feel like we should think about how to make sure these contracts are for the benefit of property owners that would otherwise struggle to afford preserving and maintaining a historic nature of their property. Like, I think if somebody buys a $5 million property, they probably aren't the people that need a property tax discount to maintain it. You know what I mean? Okay. So anyway, specific recommendations. That's my overall spiel. Under state law, the minimum length of a Mills Act contract is for 10 years, and then it auto-renews in 1-year increments unless the local jurisdiction chooses to review and cancel the contract. So one of my recommendations is that, like other jurisdictions, we have property owners submit an annual report detailing the maintenance and improvements that they made to the property. And I would also recommend that contracts are reviewed by city council at the end of the 10-year term, and that council review at that 10-year point, and then every 5 years subsequently about whether to renew them, because council can choose to cancel them. So that way they can look at the maintenance reports, they can look at the 5-year inspections, and they can make that call. Like, is this public money being used to enhance and preserve these historic properties? We talked a little bit about, like, what is the right way to maximize the number of contracts issued? Is it 2 per year? Is it at most, $500,000 of property tax savings to the city every year? A third option, some other jurisdictions set a maximum value for eligible properties. So they might say, if this property value is above $3 million, you're not eligible for a Mills Act contract. Rather than having it be a specific number, I would say that median sales price plus 25%. That way that number can float as property values increase. Makes sense. So if you're in, like, the bottom 75% of property value assessments, then you're eligible. But if you're the top 25 most expensive properties, you're not, because you're probably not the target audience that needs the most help. And then I would add a prohibition on executing new contracts or renewing existing contracts in years where there's a budget deficit. And I say this because I'm thinking about the fact that we are in a $7 million budget deficit this year, and we're projected to have a $5 to $7 million structural deficit over the next up to 10 years. And I don't know that this is the top priority of how we should be spending our money when we're in a budget deficit. I would also add some kind of provision for public access. So you had a comment, like, I don't know, given what we discussed, if it's literally you should be able to view the property from the street to be eligible for a Mills Act contract, but I think the public should be able to experience those properties in some way. So if it can't be viewed from the street, maybe the property owner provides an annual tour, maybe they provide a video tour and some photos that go up on a website, but there should be some way to engage with the property. And then some other jurisdictions are now recommending annual audits to determine the true cost of having the program. So quantifying the property tax discount to the property owners and also the lost tax revenue to the city, but also the county and the schools, because the city gets 11% of the property tax, but the remainder of that money is going to, like, school districts and the county. And I think it would be a good idea as council is considering whether to grant new contracts or extending existing contracts, that they know what the cost of this program is when making that decision. That was really fast, but those are all my recommendations.
Should we go one by one? Because I think I'm in support.
Yeah, I can repeat them again.
Or
I could probably respond
sure
broadly. I do think, I also mentioned that I had heard about, there's been a lot of coverage about issues with, concerns around the Mills Act, taking a tax hit in a deficit. Coming back to my incentive, going to hammer the incentives point again, like, a little bit, I think, again, like, there is a certain point too where the conditions become onerous to the point that people may say, that's not something that's enticing to me to participate in our local program. We also have very few current active contracts here. I see it as less of an issue here. I think what could potentially solve this issue without placing additional sort of restrictions there, and because we are free to we have a lot of I believe, if I'm correct, we have a lot of latitude in how any individual contract is drawn up. Beyond obviously saying that there will be a model contract, but we have the ability to add conditions on a case-by-case basis already. Am I correct in that?
I think the goal would be we would have a standardized contract. We
Yes.
wouldn't want to vary them contract to contract.
Well, but my thought is that what we could suggest is that we could add something about having before a contract is presented to council, it has gone through some sort of additional review to ensure that there is to assess the need and to assess the long-term impacts of the contract without necessarily imposing a lot of additional yearly review requirements, because that could potentially I could see a point where the cost of compliance could really begin to eat in.
I feel pretty strongly about the annual reports. I feel like if you're getting a property tax discount, filing an annual report is really the minimum you can do. And looking at the ones from Redwood City, it's literally a one-page form where you write down the address of the property and then all of the updates that you made that year.
Maybe it's some of the other thing. Maybe some of the other things that probably which I have more concerns about, just in terms of. I know San Francisco has at least a general policy of considering homes only below a certain price threshold for Mills Act contracts. Though I don't know if that's a formal policy in their ordinance or not. I actually don't know.
Yeah.
But I have anecdotal evidence to that.
And I mean, effectively, I'm proposing we make recommendations, which council can then choose to accept or reject or, discuss and come up with alternatives.
Yeah.
Can we go through recommendations?
Yeah. So I'll go through them one again. Requiring that property owners submit an annual report detailing the maintenance improvements made to the property.
So can I
That
ask a
seems
question?
pretty
I'm sorry.
standard.
Is it intended to be that the property tax reduction that you get is really supposed to go all the way back into the house?
Yes.
That seems like, okay.
Yeah. Well, exactly. How do you prove you've actually done the work, right?
Yeah, but that also would take a significant amount of work given how property values here, right?
But I don't think there's anything in the state law saying it's like a one-to-one correspondence.
Right.
Totally.
It's just, you're just deciding whether, in light of the work they have done, whether they actually need this incentive
That is
anymore.
the overall intent.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm for the annual report, which you said sounds like a standard practice.
And actually, that doesn't need to be a recommendation because that's already a practice, so we can just articulate it in the
Perfect.
resolution.
The next one was that the contracts don't auto-renew for a year. They don't auto-renew every year after the 10-year term. They actually go to council for review after the 10-year term to look at them again, and then every 5 years thereafter.
I believe that's part of the Mills Act that they auto renew. So it's 10 because there's a reamortization. So you can't just get out of one. So that's why you have a rolling 10-year period. So it's a 10-year contract, but then adds a year each year.
See.
So it's not like at 10 years you can just be out of it or renew for another. It's a perpetual 10-year, kind of like a
Perpetual 10-year.
The suggestion is that they meet after 10 years to decide whether to cancel. essentially.
Exactly. Yeah. At least every 10 years. It seems like it should be more frequent than 10 years. Feels like it should be every 5 years. They review and decide.
It'll pass by before we know it.
The Mills Act says it should be a year shall be added automatically to the initial term unless notice of non-renewal is given as provided in the section. So we would have to do it maybe on the 9.5 year, and then have time to give them notice and all that. So
yeah.
I think that sounds like good business. You should be checking in on your contracts with some regularity. Is that right? So I support the recommendation that council come back
and review them and make an affirmative decision about.
Yeah, or a affirmative decision not to cancel.
An affirmative decision not to cancel. Exactly.
It might also be an opportunity. I think to put this in a positive perspective too, like it might also be an opportunity to, like, in terms of public access, to have some kind of to encourage presentation
Exactly.
on these properties.
Look at all the work we did over the last
and,
decade.
Yeah, and just to, and like, you know, I think first, and also I'll just add, I think all this should be on the website. Everything should be available. You know, we want it, because like this stuff, as part of our public access policy goal, you know, we want people to be able to, and be, you know, being able to see these things. One of the ways to do that is to have like a sort of a publicized check-in, like potentially. Yeah.
Next recommendation was to set a maximum value for eligible properties. I don't know that I want to say what that value is, but I think they should consider setting a maximum value.
This one I'm more torn on because I do definitely see the equity issues. But I also wonder, it's hard when the chief incentive in the ordinance is the Mills Act. So
right.
if Commissioner Clafter's recommendation that we all supported to add more incentives is taken up, and more robust incentives are added to the ordinance, then this would be a pretty easy yes for me. But as written, I'm concerned that, you know, I think the property tax reduction is a really huge incentive. Obviously, the chief incentive.
I'm okay with that recommendation not advancing. I don't feel as strongly about that one.
Again, you know, this is something that could be, because every one of these contracts has to be approved by the city council. This is something which can be discussed by council, and it can be a policy. It can be a decision that they make, you know, on a case by case basis. It doesn't necessarily have to be something where we go to council and tell them you have to abide by this limit.
You could say something, if the limit's 2 per year, if you get 3 or 4 applications, you prioritize the properties that are lower value.
Exactly.
So maybe it's.
Through the chair, there's also some cities have rating criteria so that they can prioritize when they have multiple applications.
That's a really good idea too.
That's actually a quick question too. How many applications have been received for these things? Do we have any idea on that over the last couple years? 0. I'm seeing 0.
Yeah, this is a lot of theoretical discussion right now.
I support like a recommendation that there be some consideration of criteria, including
prioritization.
Yeah. And then the recommendation was to pause execution of new contracts or renewal of existing contracts in years where there's a budget deficit.
This one I don't think I favor. I feel like maximum flexibility during budget deficits is usually best. So having any kind of constraints on what you can and can't do can be difficult.
Again, if I'm a city council member, I think I already have a built-in incentive to think twice before I vote to approve a tax abatement like this in that situation.
Yeah, I think that's fair. If you're getting a contract like this in a deficit year, like, you're probably going to think about it anyway.
It's that should be what people do.
Yes.
Yeah. The other one was to have some sort of public access. Doesn't have to be literal physical public access, could be virtual public access.
Educational plaques.
Educational plaques, like information on a website. Or if you can see it from the street, like, I think that's fine too. But if you can't see it from a street, there should be a way that people can learn about it and see it and experience it.
I completely forgot about one of the things I wanted to say, and I'm just remembering it now from like an hour ago, which was, and I'll just throw this out there real quick. I would like to make a recommendation to council to include a sentence or two in the ordinance that would authorize the city to either on its own or in cooperation with community groups to create a signage or plaque program that can be used to help educate the public as they walk around our districts and walk by our resources and can, learn about them while walking around on the street.
I would agree with that recommendation.
Yeah, if they think it's appropriate for in the ordinance, fine. I think
Yep.
the recommendation generally is good. I'm not sure whether it
Yep.
necessarily squares with the ordinance specifically, but yeah, the recommendation to do that. Yeah.
I had one more.
Yeah, what was it?
The audit.
No, what was the one you just said?
Oh, the one I just said was public access.
Oh yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. And then the last one was the annual audit to determine the cost of having the program.
The annual audit to determine the revenue.
Yeah. So
loss
just
to the
like
city and
just quantifying, this is the amount that we're losing in property tax. This is how much it costs to administer the new contracts and deal with all of the applications, just so that the council knows the cost of running this program.
yeah.
I think
guess it doesn't have to be annual. It could be every 5 years, but some
I
sort of
assume-
regular audit.
I
Some sort of
assume
regular
since when you
audit.
enter into the contract, you know how much the contract costs for the 10 years. Is that right?
But as Director Dahl said, if the property changes hands or if property values increase, then you could end up losing more.
We know definitively that year where the valuation is, so we would work with the assessor's office so when it comes forward, we could say it's the valuation's here, they will be saving approximately X, and then the city's loss in revenue is Y. But then moving forward, yeah, there's various factors that might change how a property is valued.
I not completely opposed, but I have my concerns in so much as it may disincentivize the approval of contracts, which will decrease the value of this as one of the incentives to participate in the program.
I think if it's so much money that you consider not executing new contracts, then that's a useful data point for council to have.
As I said, I'm not completely opposed, but I there are ways that could play out. So.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it.
Just to circle back real quick for the annual reporting, Redwood City. So basically, it's just a self-attestation that.
Yep.
So what oversight and compliance is there on top of that to?
That is why I asked the question at the beginning. And so it would be up to staff to actually look at those reports and compare to the work plan and the contracts and make sure that the work they're doing is actually furthering the work plan and not cleaning out their dryer lint traps.
And through the chair, staff could also require additional documentation, so not just an affidavit, but we could pictures, things like that.
Receipts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we have 3 on some sort of regular audit?
Yes.
Great. That was it. Those are all my comments.
Are we at our?
Are we any other comments on any of these things? Okay,
I
great.
just want to thank everybody for staying late.
Yep.
I probably was going to I was probably going to drag things out here, and
I think we have to vote now.
Yeah.
No, we have to do.
I know.
We have to,
yeah.
yeah.
But I just wanted to get that in there. Just want to get that in there. Thank you to my fellow commissioners.
I'll be giving my wife all of your phone numbers and emails.
Send her my way. I'll take it. It's fine. Yeah.
Can we just say the additional recommendations that we have discussed over the course of this meeting?
Yes.
Yeah.
Nobody
Okay. Great.
needs to read the slide.
Okay.
They can
Great.
just say as shown on the slide.
Yeah.
I make a motion to adopt this resolution with the additional recommendations that we've made.
Second.
May we have a roll call vote, Aleva?
Vice Chair Clafter,
Yes.
Commissioner Bush,
Yes.
Chair Patel,
Yes.
and Commissioner Shumkle.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Woohoo! And with that, we'll close this agenda item and go on to reports and announcements. Do we have any reports and announcements from our staff or city attorney?
Yeah, so, okay, couple things. Upcoming meeting, the next one is on April 28th. Thank you. And that one, there are 2 items. One of them is for a project, I believe it's 10 units on Pioneer Court, just nearby. And then the other one, I believe, hold on, just looking for it.
Is it Talbot's?
Oh, yeah, bespoke. Just that project. So yes, the bespoke project.
I saw the signs up on the building as I walked by.
Yeah.
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 What was the first one more time?
It's on Pioneer Court, which is just down the street here.
Oh.
What is it? 205? 2015 Pioneer Court. Yeah.
At the end. Kind of middle. It's not the one at the end of the cul-de-sac?
Yeah.
No, it's kind of like mid-block on the Pioneer Court side on the east side.
Okay.
It's currently an office building.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
It's not the medical building at the end of this cul-de-sac. It's the one. It's the
Oh,
next.
this one is 1919 O'Farrell.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I'm mixing up my cul-de-sacs.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the one other thing is just a reminder. I had sent out an email about the inclusionary housing training that 21 Elements is doing. They're a really great resource. They do great trainings for Planning Commission a few times a year. They support us a lot with trainings and all sorts of other stuff. So we pay into the fund that funds them so that we can get a lot of value back from them. So if you are interested in going and you haven't signed up yet, please go ahead and do it. If you need any more information, I can help. Just if there are more than one of you going, please make sure that you don't sit together.
You sent us an email on that, right?
I did,
Okay,
yeah.
I'll just check back for that. I'd been meaning to sign up for that.
And wait, hold on. I actually had the date up here.
Oh, great.
In case you wanted
Yes,
that.
yeah, if you have it.
Yeah, it's Wednesday, April 29th. They have dinner for everybody. Usually it's really good food. So dinner's at 5:30 and then at 6 o'clock the workshop starts.
Okay.
I will sadly be out of town.
I actually think the last Wednesday of every month I have a conflict, unfortunately. Darn it.
Any reports or announcements from my fellow commissioners?
One
Director
other
Dahl.
thing, just a quick reminder, both for this commission and any city commission, deadline to get your applications in is April 24th. So spread the word. If you know anyone that would be a good candidate, let them know.
I know that there is chair and vice chair training coming up, and I
Yes.
assume that one or both of you, I don't know who is next in line. Is it Max? Okay.
I did what?
I think it's for us, actually.
Oh, is it?
It's usually the current
Oh,
chair
it's just
and
the
vice
current.
chair. Yeah,
Ah,
yeah.
okay.
But yes, I RSVP to that, so I will
Yes.
be attending.
Yes, we will be attending chair and vice chair training later this month.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. All right. With that, I will adjourn this meeting. Thank you, everyone, for staying so late.
Yes, big thank you.
Duolingo's been yelling at me this entire time.
Can I,
Recording stopped.